The Journey of the Soul and the Ethereal World. By Emma Ruder Drollinger. Notice. This marvelous revelation has not been gathered from any source on this earth realm. This knowledge and wisdom has been handed down to me from a divine source embracing the actual experiences of my life since a child of 12. The divine intelligences who have imparted this knowledge and wisdom to me are now dwellers of the seventh heavenly zone and the celestial divine kingdoms, and from one of the masters who is serving in the capacity as a guardian angel. A guardian angel is one who has overcome worlds. Every soul, no matter in what scale of life he may be, is accompanied through this expression of life and through the ethereal world by a guardian angel. This divine being never makes himself known until you are ready for his wisdom or on some special occasion when we are in desperate need or distress and cry out for guidance and help. It is this divine being whose presence you will feel or whose voice you will hear. I know many who have had these experiences. There are those on the earth realm today who are so calloused, so dense or materially minded that they could not perceive these facts, and there are thousands who have had sufficient revelations to realize that they are never alone and that some unknown divine force is ever guiding or leading the way when we lift our minds above the material vibrations and desire divine guidance. No one can read these pages and not feel and realize the great purpose of this life, and that activity is a natural law displayed throughout the universe. If we fail to see the purpose of this expression of life, we must fulfill the requirements in the lower zones of the ethereal world. 15 years ago this book was written for publication, but felt the world was not ready for its contents. Realizing its contents made too large a book for convenience, I decided to separate it into 3 or 4 volumes. This issue constitutes the first volume, or one half of our journey through the ethereal zones in which we must function. Volume 2 will reveal the higher zones and their condition. Volume 3 The Laws of Progression. Volume 4 The Secret of Healing. To leave the physical body and journey out into space is a natural event. Every individual while asleep leaves his physical body. You, the ego or spirit, during sleep or rest of the physical body are attracted out into vibrations of your own creation and you wander to these conditions and places. Many times the experiences which you encounter at that time are so strongly impressed upon your consciousness that when you return to your physical body to again arouse it into activity, it is clearly revealed to your mind and impressed upon your brain and you say, I was dreaming. The majority of individuals do not journey far away from their physical body, because they are so intensely interested in material things and material conditions, in their immediate relatives and friends or business and social associates, or in their environments of the home and their business that they are attracted to these vibrations which enmeshes the soul and prevents it from traveling out any great distance. Many have never traveled out beyond the Earth's atmosphere. All could travel out into spheres beyond this Earth realm if their thoughts and vibrations extended out to those realms, and if they were sufficiently unfolded to understand the law. Many individuals never think of anything beyond the common everyday events. Then how could they travel out beyond such vibrations? Many times before starting out on these soul journeys I would stand before my bed looking down upon my physical body lying on the bed, realizing that the physical body is only a counterpart of the soul body. Touching the soul body with my hands it felt as natural and tangible to my soul senses as does the physical body to my physical senses. Testing my memory and consciousness, I realized that the past, present and the future plans were just as real in my soul body, in fact my perceptions were keener. Many times while I was looking upon my physical body, I could hear the city clock strike the hour and I could hear the conversation of those passing by on the street below. In fact my environments and all conditions were just as natural and just as tangible while functioning in the soul body. In going out into other realms I was cognizant of floating through the atmosphere and conscious of the scenery and conditions as I encountered them. I could hear the howling wind and could see the downpour of rain, see the clouds below me, but somehow always passed through the lower stratas unconsciously and arriving in some one of the zones consciously. Consciousness and memory do not belong to the physical body, but are of the soul. Consciousness is the light of the spirit and memory is the register of events in the soul. We function through the soul body with much greater ease, with less effort than we do in the physical body. We take with us all our likes and dislikes, all our affections and fears. In traveling out from the physical body we must come into a conscious realization that we have nothing to fear. I passed into the first zone and took cognizance of its conditions and dwellers. I have passed through every zone of our planet as well as through the intervening spaces, have partaken of their social affairs. Have been the guest of friends partaking of their repast on their beautiful lawn, have enjoyed the magnificent scenery, the beautiful flowers, mountains, rivers, lakes, forests and waterfalls. Have been in their libraries and temples of worship and temples of learning and also in their healing temples and homes of rest, have seen the masters, adepts, artists, angels, our Christ and his apostles. But when I saw Christ and his apostles seated around him, a screen that looks like a plain thin net was placed between us, and when I questioned why this was done, the reply was, it was placed there to protect you from the intense illumination and his intense power. They were just as visible in back of this veil and just as clear to me. This divine, wonderful power penetrated every atom of my being. It was like the currents of an electric battery flowing through my soul. I will relate a few of the many journeys through the world of soul that you may have some idea of the nature of these experiences. After viewing my physical body lying on the bed, I floated out into the atmosphere, over trees, clouds and all conditions and landed in the third zone. Sat on a very large rock that stood about 4 feet from the ground contentedly taking cognizance of my environments. On one side of me was a beautiful field of flowers and the magnificent view of lovely scenery. Sensing the invigorating refreshing atmosphere and thinking I was alone, I said to myself, this just suits me. I shall remain right here and not return to my physical body. Immediately I heard a voice saying, let us continue our journey and go up higher. This surprised me, but I was perfectly willing to go further, so we started. I felt his force in back of me as we floated along. Finally we were out in space, surrounded by many luminous bodies hanging in space. Nearly everyone has looked through some telescope at the different planets hanging in space. As I was gazing at this wonderful sight, wondering which was our planet, the Earth, the voice said, which is the Earth? I looked at one and then another and then replied, I hardly know except I feel so attracted to this one over here at my left. He said, we will draw nearer and see. As we floated near, watching the planets revolve on their axes and in their given path, I was so delighted with this wonderful opportunity which words are inadequate to express. Finally we were close to this planet which I presumed was our Earth. Again I heard the voice say, are you sure this is the Earth? I replied, no, I'm not certain, and yet I feel this is it. I can't tell, because I can't see the people plain enough to distinguish any of them. The sight was like that which you witness when looking down upon pedestrians from a 15-story building. He said, we will draw nearer. And, as we did so, I replied, now I can see many familiar faces. But, oh, I sense their terrible heartaches. In watching them, I could see the path that was intended for them, and see the path into which they were drifting. I saw the conditions and obstacles they would encounter and knew the suffering it would create. And all this so overwhelmed me that I turned to the one at my side, the voice that had been directing me, and said to him, it seems as if these people ought to be directed into the right path, and as you see the conditions and know so well, why don't you tell them what to do and which way to turn? His answer was, did you ever try to tell anyone what to do and what not to do or direct their affairs? Have you not observed that they immediately resent it and immediately let you know that it is their privilege and their affair to do just as they please? Can you not see that these individuals need just the lessons that they will get through these bitter experiences confronting them? Can you not see that it is through trials and sorrows that the soul wakes up and turns its face towards higher ideals? We do not come to live your life or to dictate to you, but we come to assist all who desire us and are ready for our help. When you send out your prayers to God for guidance and for help, we come as His messengers to answer your prayers, to uplift you and guide you and assist you. We are the messengers from God and understand His law. When you need me, call for me, we are at your service. Again we floated on and I found myself back on the same rock. Thinking again, I was alone and meditating over the sights I had witnessed, especially the aching hearts which I sensed. Again I determined I would not return to my physical body. Again the same voice replied to my thoughts, calmly, slowly, and in a most emphatic manner, "Come, it is time we return." I said, "Oh, I'm not going back. You may go if you like, but I shall remain here." Again he said, "Yes, you must return." Immediately I lost consciousness and did not awaken until I took possession of my physical body. Then I realized that if I desired to participate in these beautiful beneficial journeys, I must be willing to return to my physical body in due time. After this experience, I was always ready and anxious to go and willing to return. This was a most wonderful lesson, and all who read these pages will grasp the lesson in the degree of their unfoldment. In the second zone, I had the privilege of traveling through space in one of their aeroplanes, which was constructed differently from any that I have seen on this earth realm. Its top resembled our canvas, open on the sides. While sitting there contentedly enjoying the ride, we came in contact with sheets of rain pouring into the side of the machine. I heard the howling wind and watched the storm, all of which I thoroughly enjoyed. A few years ago, while suffering from extreme exhaustion after preparing breakfast and all the household had departed for business, I tried to dress to go downtown, but found it was utterly impossible. I laid down on the bed to rest, but it seemed as though I could not exist. I sent out a prayer for help, and as I was doing this, I saw a woman many miles away suspended in the atmosphere, holding out both hands, beckoning me to come on. I told her I was too weak to come. I watched her descend, holding out her hands all the way as she floated down towards me. Soon I found myself going and landed in the beautiful Temple of Hope, from which I saw her come forth. It is on top of a high elevation or mountain with its beautiful surroundings. I was immediately placed in a rose room where the walls, the floor, the couch, every particle was covered with pink roses. And as I lay down on the couch of roses, I said, "Oh, how kind. What a relief. I just want to stay out here forever and ever," and then I sank into a state where I had no thought, I had no desire, I only realized that I was peaceful and happy. The aroma of the roses was such a soothing balm to my weakened condition. By and by, I felt myself being quickened into a different state of consciousness and immediately returned to my bed. After taking possession of my body, I found I was gone several hours, but was fully recuperated and ready to assume my duties. This Temple of Hope is in the third zone. The flowers in that room are vibrant with life. They never wilt, they never decay, they are always fresh, perfect, in fact are life, life, life. In the soul world beneficent angels gather together by the thousands. They decide what kind of a structure they desire to erect, its purpose and arrangements and surroundings. They take into consideration the minutest details, and when all is planned satisfactorily in their consciousness, then in unison they concentrate their thoughts and the building is erected and perfect. This is thought made manifest or objectified, and this is the way the beautiful structures throughout the world of soul have been erected, and thus the magnificent temples are constructed. Not with hands, but with spiritual substance through the power of thought. Man does not create nature in the world of the soul. The mountains, the flowers, the animals, birds, the oceans, lakes and rivers are God's creation. Always remember that such angels are divine beings of wisdom. In the fourth zone are many beautiful waterfalls streaming down some mountain, many cataracts, streams, lakes, and oceans. Here I have on various occasions found an oarsman with a boat awaiting my coming, gently assist me in the boat and row through some beautiful stream with its mountains, trees, ferns and wild flowers along the shore, where the echo of the murmuring water reverberates through the mountains while the squirrels and other animals are playing hide and seek. Knowing of the many libraries in the fifth zone, it created within me an intense desire to get hold of some of these books and open their pages, so on various occasions when I entered the different libraries, I noticed and felt that I was carefully being watched, as no mortal would be permitted to touch these books. On one occasion, I entered the library that contained the history of our lives, and as I entered, I saw a young man behind the table reaching for a volume on the lower shelf. I was rather startled to see him, as I thought now was my opportunity to look at the title of these books. I immediately was repelled. I felt the power prohibiting me from going any farther, so I looked at the many volumes from a distance. Presently, he went to the entrance of the opposite opening. There were 2 large rooms connected through a large archway, and said, "You may come near and look at the many volumes in this room." I did so, thanking him and apologizing for trying to overstep my privileges, saying, I did not realize that it was not permissible. In this same zone is that wonderful, beautiful temple of love. As I went up the winding road that leads to this temple, I noticed the door being closed, and I felt disappointed as I wanted to look in. But as I drew nearer, I saw the doors open, and a master, in his beautiful white robe, stood in the doorway and bid me come and look. The divine holiness of such an atmosphere could never be forgotten by one who experienced its power. In the space between the 5th and 6th zones is called a sphere of lakes. Here are so many kinds of bodies of water, some have wonderful medicinal properties. In strolling through this sphere in company with one of my teachers, I noticed one lake was particularly clear, so much so that you could see the pebbles, the sand at the bottom. At first glance you would assume that it is very shallow, but after viewing this wonderful body of water you felt its depth is enormous, and that it is its peculiar properties that makes it so transparent. Other bodies of water were of different colors and of various sizes. Some had at one time embraced much larger space, but were changing, and some were almost dried up, leaving only traces where once was a lake. As I remarked about this one being almost closed, my teacher replied, "Yes, this is the lake in which Jesus of Nazareth bathed when he was dwelling on earth in a physical body. He would often ascend to this sphere and bathe in its water, which at that time formed a lake. But on account of the many convulsions of this planet, this body which was once a lake has almost entirely closed up." Then we strolled on, viewing the mountains. I noticed the sand and earth looked like ours on this earth realm. Not far distant, on the other side of the mountain, where the bare rock, with its rose-colored hue, towers in a majestic attitude for many feet, at its base is another beautiful lake surrounded by many spruce trees, and on its banks sat many individuals in their bathing costumes, awaiting my coming, and as I joined them, they ducked into the water above their knees and out again, saying, "Come, you do the same." I hesitated, assuring them I would rather enjoy watching them, as I was sure I could not do it. "Come right on, you can do it," they said in unison, and then I felt their power over me, which made me feel I could, and so I ventured and did duck in and out, never going in any further than over my knees, all of which was great fun. In the 6th zone I was shown the views of the 1st and 2nd celestial kingdoms by a process similar to our moving picture apparatus, except it is a more improved process. The scenery shifts so gradual and evenly and continuously that it is as though you were right on the ground approaching the various objects or buildings, passing from view just as they would if you were walking by. In the 7th I have come face to face with our beloved Master, Jesus of Nazareth, our Christ. The radiation around his head extends out a great distance and is more brilliant and looks much larger than our sun. He does not come to this earth realm. He never descends below the 4th zone and goes to the 4th zone only on special occasions. His power can be felt from there very perceptibly, and we can be lifted to behold him at this distance if we are fitted and eligible to ascend. These are only a few of the many experiences that I have had, which I have related, that you may realize that the soul can and does gravitate to unseen realms and gather knowledge not dreamed of by the finite mind. For many years I have realized that these wonderful privileges and experiences did not come into my life for any personal or selfish gratification, notwithstanding the unspeakable benefits and uplift and the peace of mind derived from the contact with these highly evolved and illumined intelligences. I realize they have a deeper, and decidedly universal significance. That all individuals, no matter what their degree of consciousness in the scale of life may be, may realize such a divine uplift, and the benefits derived from this knowledge of the soul world will manifest so abundantly while they are still functioning in this physical body here on this earth realm, that it will be so apparent that none could doubt God's ways of manifesting his divine love and power for the children of earth. Sincerely, Mrs. Emma R. Drollinger. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Preface. The message which I bring to you is not to destroy that which you already know, but it is to add to your storehouse of knowledge that you may broaden your views and enlarge your consciousness of that which is. Whether you are ready to believe the message I bring you, whether you are ready to digest its truth, lies wholly with you, and if in your mind you see fit to reject its value, remember, this truth remains a fact just the same. Facts cannot be wiped out, for they belong in the realm of God's kingdom, and that which God has given to the world can never be torn asunder. God carries out his plan through the scheme of evolution and he sends his message through his children. It is because I feel the present pulse of the world that I am stirred into action. I know the hungry, sad hearts will be encouraged and uplifted by this message of facts which so vitally concerns every human being, and that which I do unto the least of these, I do unto God. These facts have not been given to satisfy my eager cravings for truth, but they have a much deeper, broader meaning, one that is all-embracing, one that must reach to the very depths and ends of this globe, that the very least or the very lowest in the scale of life may share equally with the highest in their opportunity of awakening while he is yet encased in this physical structure, that his soul may be prepared to enter into the realms of light instead of having to pass through the darkness and then into the dawn and there prepare for the light of day after he has passed into the realm of soul. Should you, every one of you, for you are all one of this world, realize what it means to uplift humanity while they are functioning in this expression of life, you would make the effort to carry this message to the four ends of this globe and make its appeal so loud that its echo will resound in every heart and every home, that it would be the keynote of the day, and its rhythm so vibrant with joy would reverberate in the silence of the night. When the world will embrace these facts, then you will have justice and peace, and God's kingdom will reign here on earth in the hearts of men as well as in the heavenly spheres above, and sympathy through divine love will be the song of the eternal day. Then God's choir will be in tune with his orchestra, the music of the celestial spheres. May you, who read these lines, be one of the messengers of God to spread his divine plan and thus awaken and uplift your brother man. In truth. Dr. Sharp. Introduction. The ethereal world, the house with many mansions which God has prepared for the soul of man, the many mansions, so sublime, so lofty, so gloriously beautiful that no artist could do justice to God's work. No mortal tongue could adequately describe, no finite mind could perceive. Even those who dwell in his divine kingdom could not find words in our present language that would do justice in describing this sublime grandeur of the eternal city of light in which bask the souls who have reached these heights through unselfish service and divine love for God's children. The souls of men. How sacred, how sacred. So sacred unto God is the soul of man that all his wisdom, all his divine love has been centered in that divine center, the soul of man. Everywhere in the world of soul the dwellers feel the divine presence of God. In the lower zones the inhabitants do not understand what this tremendous power is which they feel continually hovering over them. God's divine presence gradually reveals itself to all dwellers as they progress in the scale of evolution and becomes a divine reality to all in the higher zones, his heavenly and celestial kingdoms. In the world of soul everything is so holy, so sacred to all dwellers as they realize that all belongs to God, and here in the world of soul, all is dedicated to the holiness of the Lord. Such inscriptions as the following are found on their temples of worship, temples of learning, on their houses of congress. Justice to the Lord, holiness to the Lord, in thy name, O Lord, in thee Lord we trust, holy, holy, holy Lord, and many other similar inscriptions. All poets, all musicians, all masters throughout eternity have sung praises to the Lord in the highest, for his glorious handiwork. All artists, all sages, all philosophers have ever dedicated their praises to the Lord for his wisdom, his power, his divine love. All messiahs, all prophets, all wise men throughout the ages have heralded the glad tidings of God's divine love for all humanity regardless of their position or station in this expression of life. Regardless of their mistakes and degree of consciousness, and all have seen behind the external coat the possibilities of all that is good and all that is divine and eternal. All have seen God and his handiwork in every soul hidden in the deepest recesses of his being. Oh, praise the Lord, ye children of earth. Awake! Arise! Behold God in every soul. And learn to realize that the lowest as well as the highest is sacred unto him, and that, whatever ye do unto one of these ye shall do unto God. Awake! Arise! And behold his divine messengers who herald the glad tidings of the dawn of a new day. A new era, the psychic age in which the light of the soul shall shine forth and so radiate out into the world as a power for good, a power to uplift mankind out of the fogs of materiality into spiritual light and truth. Awake! Arise! And behold! It is the light of the soul that shall in the coming age point the way for the children of earth, so that all men will recognize the power of God that comes through his divine messengers of light. So that all men will look on aghast when they behold the truth, and none will dare to overthrow God's divine plan. All must sometime see his message of wisdom, written in symbols, letters and numbers throughout the universe revealing his law and his divine plan. All must sometime journey above this material plane, and there come face to face with him again, and see in letters of gold all praises dedicated to the Lord. All must sometime this journey take across innumerable isles that lie beyond the border of this emerald star, beyond the ken of man to describe the sublime glories of that eternal day which God has set apart for him who years ago paved the way, Jesus of Nazareth, our Master, Christ and Lord. To him all praises are sung. In this glorious isle so far away, where all listen to his wondrous wisdom no mortal tongue could sufficiently praise. To him is dedicated this isle of diamond rays, this crystal city so filled with love divine, to him who so long ago pointed the way that all might know the path to the eternal day. God is the center, the unit around which gravitates all there is, ever was, ever will be. All centers or suns, all systems, all worlds and systems of worlds and systems of suns. God is one, undivided sphere, revealing himself in manifestation as dual in expression. The positive and negative principles. The creative and generic. The sacred uncreate center of all centers is God. Represented in all ancient conceptions as O-M or A-U-M. The ever-brooding divine eternal infinite breath or Holy Spirit, embodying the masculine and the feminine. All ancient religions symbolize the dual expression of deity as God, Goddess, as co-equal in divine power and divine love in all life. In Egyptian lore, the masculine divinity was symbolized in Osiris representing the sun of light, the creative power, and Isis was veiled as the divine mother, and worshipped as generic life. The Holy Spirit is pure light, uncreate, infinite power, wisdom, love. God is the infinite entity, the soul a finite entity. Spirit or consciousness is the inner light of the soul. Spirit breathes in and out through every pore of the physical body, as well as the soul body, through the lungs, and nervous system. Spirit is pure light and its contact with matter produces life. The soul is the only conscious entity except God, who is the infinite entity. The consciousness of God and the consciousness of the soul constitutes all consciousness. The soul is the finite entity being limited. Through its own desire caused by the impelling power within the soul has plunged into manifestation, for the purpose of expanding its scope of consciousness. The same impelling power that causes God to reveal himself in his twofold manifestations in nature is within the soul, causing the soul to seek expression and manifest its twofold nature as male and female. Plato knew the truth when he said, "Every soul is only a half soul, male and female are one soul." As the soul descends from its divine state it separates as male and female, which has always been portrayed as cherubim, male, wisdom. Seraphim, female, love. Consciousness without form, neither God nor matter. The soul in its absolute state is perfect, pure, cannot be destroyed or changed through manifestation in matter, always has its being in God, the infinite spirit, and its existence in the universe. The soul being a spark from the infinite fountain of life, God, is the same in quality, but not in quantity, just as a drop of water taken from the Pacific Ocean would be the same in essence and quality, yet could never be the ocean. The soul is a finite entity in the ocean of life and can never be God, only like unto God. The same attributes and powers are within the soul in a finite degree. In its individualized expression, it is governed by its individualized power directed by the will of God, evolving more and more of its divine attributes. All of nature has worked for ages and ages to bring about the individualized conscious entity we call man. As the sun is the center around which gravitate his family of planets which constitutes our solar system, so the soul is the center of man around which are entwined the vibrations of its atmosphere centered through the physical form constituting the human system, a miniature world of his own creation. Besides this physical expression of life there is a psychical expression and its gradations and various degrees of consciousness. As this material world is so well adapted for the soul's experiences in its present degree of consciousness while functioning through this gross physical body, so God, in his wisdom, has arranged a suitable world for man while functioning in his finer body. There was a time when this planet was asleep in the bosom of the solar nebulae, then finally came to birth as a gaseous luminous mass whirling through space with tremendous rapidity. Millions of years passed by ere in its cooling and condensation it became sufficiently transformed to permit life to manifest itself in its most rudimentary aspects, the first organic forms of protoplasm, the first aggregation of cells, the protozoans, the zoophytes, the plant animals, the gelatinous substance of the still warm seas were succeeded by the fishes, the reptiles, the birds, the mammals and lastly man, who now occupies the topmost round of the genealogical tree and crowns the animal kingdom. The history of this planet is the history of life with all its metamorphosis. It is not our intention to discuss the evolution of the physical structure of this planet, nor the evolution of the spark from the time it left its infinite cradle to plunge into manifestation, evolving in every plane and every kingdom of life until it became the individualized conscious entity we call man, having plunged into manifestation that it may see itself reflected in the mirror of nature, to evolve its potentialities, possibilities or power from within, attaining higher and higher degrees of consciousness, that the mind may conquer nature instead of being controlled by it, rather. We are considering the evolution of the soul from the time it leaves its physical body, to make the change called death, that it may continue life in the ethereal world, beginning where it left off here to give expression on higher planes of activity, and in higher rates of vibration. When this planet was a gaseous, molten luminous mass in its cooling and condensation was formed the vapor, the atmosphere, and this crust upon which we are now dwelling, at the same time the ethereal or spiritual part of this mass concentrated into the ethereal zones which we call the ethereal world. This ethereal or spiritual part of this mass is the cause and this material crust and all else is its effect and counterpart. Our Earth and all planets as well as all suns have their invisible aural zones or spheres with their various gradations. The aural zones correspond in chemical constituents and rate of vibration with the various conditions and gradations of the soul's progression. We will now speak of the soul in its state of expression in matter, not in its absolute state. When we speak of the soul we mean spirit consciousness, mind, its aural envelope as its emanation which radiates from the spirit, as its atmosphere, or garment of the spirit. This atmosphere is the register of our thoughts, acts and deeds, which leave their distinct impressions. As we mingle with others, their vibration intermingling with ours, changes the quality of our vibration. In its absolute and original state the soul is perfect, pure, uncreate. In its manifestations through matter it attracts unto itself substance in its various vibrations from every plane through which it passes, causing the outer garments to become rechemicalized in every plane of life. Through our thoughts, acts and deeds, we either refine and purify this substance which the soul has attracted unto itself in its expression through matter, or we cause it to become cloudy and dense. Spirit is the electric vibrator and motor of the soul, consciousness is the light of the soul, the mind is the objectified part of spirit. That consciousness which functions through the physical avenues, being attracted outward to material things. It is the contact of the mind with the physical vibrations that produces thoughts. The soul in its absolute state is like the pure light of the sun and the mind like the rays of the sun. The mind, being attracted by material vibrations, creates desires for material things, causing the mind to think these are permanent and real. It is only through experience and growth that we perceive the real and realize the difference between that which is temporary and that which is eternal. Spirit knows, the mind thinks, the mind must be controlled and directed. In other words, you are not the mind, neither are you the body, you are that which has brought about the mind and the physical body. You are spirit, the electric vibrator, that energizing force which breathes in and out through the physical body, the pores, the lungs, the nervous system. The mind is the outflow of the spirit manifesting through the physical avenues, and the soul is the radiation, the atmosphere and clothing or garment of the spirit in which is registered all our thoughts, our acts, our deeds. When we speak of the soul in its expression on this planet, we mean spirit, mind and its garments. Again, as our sun is the center around which gravitate its family of planets, so the soul of man is the center of the human system, around which are entwined the vibrations of its atmosphere, which registers its thoughts, acts and deeds, and as the human system is engirdled by an aural sphere in which are designated its various garments, so our earth is engirdled in its aural spheres, designated as the zones with their gradations. In these aural zones which engirdle our earth, we find every phase of social and mental development. We find the domestic, the inventive, the musical and scholarly zones, the heavenly or spiritual, the celestial or divine kingdoms. Every zone corresponds in its rate of vibration and color with the solar beam in the prism. The domestic, inventive, musical and scholarly planes are a great necessity and are very important for the soul's progression, as they establish an opportunity for that which was neglected or the fulfillment of that which was not accomplished while functioning in the physical body. The soul must outgrow these material vibrations which have been created through its desires ere it can progress to higher states and become fit and eligible for the heavenly zones and the celestial heavens. Within every soul are the possibilities and potentialities of an angel, ruling angel, Messiah or Christ. In fact, a divine power not yet dreamed of by the finite mind lies within each and every soul in a dormant state, which must be unfolded through time and somewhere ere we can gravitate to and habitate God's heavenly or His divine kingdoms. So long as we have not fitted ourselves for these higher states, we must go where the conditions are conducive for this preparation after we leave the physical body. When we leave this physical body, we take with us our tendencies, our desires and our habits. Then how could any soul that is filled with obnoxious thoughts, of hate, jealousy, hypocrisy, crime, lust and vice, enter or habitate a heavenly zone where all is harmony and divine love? We might just as well expect a fish to live out of water for any length of time on this earth plane. The soul must become regenerated, transmuted and purified ere it can ascend to the heavenly zones or still greater heights which await all. The conditions which we have created for ourselves through our habits and desires we cannot escape. These are the first to confront us after our transition into the new life. We must travel through the ethereal zones of this planet ere we can expect to find the still greater opportunities or the still more perfected states or expressions of life. How could anyone expect to be a traveler or dweller on other planets or explore other system of worlds so long as he has not mastered the conditions on this planet or have become master of self? These ethereal zones around our planet with their various gradations and environments are just as tangible and as real to the soul and its senses as are our present conditions and environments on this earth realm real and tangible to our physical senses. These ethereal zones extend around this planet revolving through space with the same rapidity as the planet. They extend out some thousands of miles, but not to eternity, for it must be remembered that all planets, all suns, have their ethereal zones, and the moon has its chemical conditions and gaseous spheres. Now let us think of our atmosphere which we breathe. extending to a certain radius, and above this is a gaseous belt extending out some distance. Next to this is the electric belt, and then comes the etheric belt. Now, between this electric and etheric belt lies the first inhabited zone. This zone is 100,000 miles from this Earth. It is 40,000 miles wide. Every zone has its chemical conditions and heated gases of the Sun, causing a space of 10,000 miles between every zone. This space of 10,000 miles between each zone is not empty space, as there is no such thing as empty space. It is only apparently so, and if we were attuned to its vibrations, we would be cognizant of its conditions. Next to this space lies the second zone and its chemical conditions and heated gases, and next to this lies the third zone with its chemical conditions and heated gases. Then comes the Moon, which lies between the third and fourth zones, and next to the fourth zone and its chemical conditions and heated gases conies the fifth zone, and then the sixth and then the seventh, which is the topmost round of our planet, in which we function ere we can have a period of rest or inactivity. Then comes the first and second celestial kingdoms, and the third celestial kingdom is the fountain of bliss. Some of the zones vary in width on account of the passing of other planets. In such places they would vary from 2 to 5,000 miles. Our Moon is 240,000 miles from our Earth. The first inhabited zone is 100,000 miles from here. 40,000 miles wide. 10,000 miles space between first and second. Second inhabited zone is 150,000 miles from here. 40,000 miles wide. 10,000 miles space. Third inhabited zone is 200,000 miles. 30,000 miles wide. 10,000 miles space. To the Moon, 240,000 miles. The Moon's aural sphere, 60,000 miles wide. The fourth inhabited zone is 300,000 miles. 40,000 miles wide. 10,000 miles space. The fifth inhabited zone is 350,000 miles. 40,000 miles wide. 10,000 miles space. The sixth inhabited zone is 400,000 miles. 40,000 miles wide. 10,000 miles space. The seventh inhabited zone is 450,000 miles. 40,000 miles wide. 10,000 miles space. First celestial kingdom, 500,000 miles from here. First celestial kingdom, 100,000 miles space and width. Second celestial kingdom, 600,000 miles. Second celestial kingdom, 400,000 miles space and width. Third celestial kingdom, 1,000,000 miles. In these intervening spaces are wonderful mountain ranges, oceans, ravines, streams, lakes, sandy beds, waterfalls, cataracts, trees, shrubbery and wild flowers. While the inhabitants of the world of soul do not dwell in these parts, they ramble or stroll through here for an outing or investigation, or to be alone to enjoy the wonderful freaks of nature. Here the friends or teachers bring the newborn souls just as we take strangers to our mountains and lakes and resorts to show them the varieties and beauties of our country that they may enjoy these interesting wonders. While these zones blend into each other, yet they are distinctly separate and apart, not by a mere boundary line, but by what we would call peculiar freaks of nature, caused by its chemical conditions and heated gases of the Sun. In the scale of ascension, the atmosphere of every zone is more ethereal, of a higher rate of vibration. The lower zones being the densest and of lower vibrations. There are 7 zones and 7 gradations in every zone, and this constitutes the world of soul around our planet, which we call the Ethereal World, through which all dwellers of the earth must pass. As none can escape this journey, it behooves you to become acquainted with this unseen or unknown world, that you will not be a stranger in a strange land, not knowing which way to turn or what to do. To know of this world should be the most important, the most vital of all knowledge, as it concerns each and every soul, from which none can escape and sometime must imbibe its truth and come face to face with these facts. Seldom does any one gravitate to the fourth zone at death. You can go out beyond our planet and other planets in your journeys while the cord is not yet severed, if you are fitted for such journeys. The ordinary individual could not dwell beyond the third zone. The atmosphere is so very ethereal and your soul would not vibrate in harmony with it, and you would have to become attuned ere you could exist in its vibration. Not only this, but you must know its laws and be capable of fulfilling the requirements of this zone. It is a very rare occurrence for any individual to ascend to the fourth zone immediately after leaving the physical body. The majority of people are fitted for the second zone. While those who have become sufficiently unfolded through service or good deeds and have become awakened and have sufficient knowledge of the law of evolution and vibration gravitate to the third zone. We can obtain sufficient knowledge and unselfishly serve humanity, sufficiently unfolding the light within to make us eligible for the fifth zone, and such at death would gravitate to the third, then to the fourth. Gathering in each zone that which was neglected and then in a very short time enter the fifth. If you could see this zone with its advantages and glorious beauty, you would desire to linger here indefinitely. There are a very few exceptions where individuals have attained the knowledge, understood the law and unselfishly served humanity, such gravitated to the fourth, then rapidly passed through the fifth to the sixth. Such was the case with that great Hindu master so well known throughout this world as Swami Vivekananda, who was an unusually highly evolved, enlightened soul, whose wonderful message and unselfish service to humanity will never be forgotten. This great soul gravitated to the fourth zone and in less than 2 years, passed to the sixth zone, which is considered remarkable in the soul world. Swami Vivekananda is now a dweller in the seventh zone. 75 years is considered a very short time for any soul to progress to the seventh zone, beginning at the first round on the ladder of life in our ascension, which is in the third zone. The one question which has been uppermost in all minds throughout the ages has been from whence have we come and whither do we go and what is the purpose of life? Which is gradually revealed in our march of progression through these various zones in this ethereal world. All who have progressed to the seventh zone know where they go and from whence they have come. The ethereal world is organized and governed by God's laws through justice and divine love. All works and all results are dedicated to the Lord. Praises to the Lord echo and reverberate everywhere in all his kingdoms. There are rulers and teachers and masters in every zone. The rulers are considered among the highest of God's messengers and helpers whose divine love and wisdom is felt and reverenced by all the dwellers of every zone. The most tender, kindly consideration is shown every soul regardless of its mistakes, state or position, and every dweller clings to these rulers, teachers and masters as a child to a parent, realizing they are pointing the way. These intelligences or souls of wisdom are so holy and sacred that the finite mind could not perceive their power, their wisdom and their love. So long as the finite mind cannot comprehend the possibility of the existence of such sacred souls, how could you have any conception of the holiness and power of God, who is infinite? We only know God through his manifestations and his handiwork and see his power in back of all there is. Man can only perceive God as he unfolds higher degrees of consciousness, which light reveals God to his soul. So long as we are not able to sense higher rates of vibrations than those which our physical senses respond to, we could not expect to gravitate to a zone whose vibrations are so much higher than these to which we are attuned to on this material realm. We could not exist in an environment that is not adapted and attuned to us, or to which we are not attuned. We are rather dumbfounded or completely overwhelmed when we first learn of the facts concerning our requirements after we leave this physical body and make the change called death. We have been so accustomed to thinking that we go to heaven, with its golden streets and harps, and there find God on a throne to judge us, either to condemn us or fold us in his bosom, so that the facts that we must become purified and regenerated and that much else is required of us ere we can go to any heavenly kingdom is rather appalling to the undeveloped soul. However, the sooner we awaken to the realization of the facts concerning our being, the easier and better it will be for us. And the sooner we get acquainted with the country through which we all must travel, the easier will be our journey and the better will be the conditions that confront us on our arrival in this land of the soul that is so little known, all because of the superstitions and selfish, individualized centralized interests of the many on this earth realm. But no more shall the truth be withheld. For all who come in contact with these pages will be so uplifted and benefited that they will spread the glad tidings all over this world until they will permeate every home, and all will know there is no death. The first inhabited zone of the ethereal world. 100,000 miles from this earth realm. Thou holy God, thou who art the spirit of manifestation, manifest thyself in us day by day. May thy light so penetrate our souls that it may transmute the darkness and quicken the spark of divine love within until its dynamic power will consume all selfishness and hatred within our hearts. Lifting us into a consciousness of thy being that we may grow nearer and nearer to thee and by feel thy spirit breath and enjoy the glories and blessings of thy eternal light. This zone lies between the electric and etheric belts and is called the shadow zone. Here it is never light. It is between twilight and total darkness and is of a very low rate of vibration. The octopus which is found here in the Pacific Ocean, when threatened with danger evolves or emits a dark cloud then sneaks away and leaves the dark cloud behind. Some individuals create a dark cloud around their being through their daily thoughts and acts, casting their shadows before them, and the deeds of many have left their shadows behind them. This cloudy garment which they have created, follows them wherever they go. This shadow is the first to greet them in the world of soul. Since God has provided suitable places for the soul, in its various conditions and states of evolution through time, we find here suitable habitation for the individuals who have woven into the warp and woof of their life. The dark clouds of materiality through their selfishness, jealousy, hatred, revenge, malice, vice and brutality. The dense cloudy atmosphere of the beings who inhabit this zone corresponds to the chemical condition and rate of vibration of the dense substance of this zone. This dense, dark substance which they have woven around themselves does not permit the light to enter their being and obstructs from their view all that is good and all that is divine. This element causes the soul to contract, shrivel up, while the light within is perfectly dormant. In this state of lethargy, many cannot be aroused except through a terrible roar like that of a cannon or some terrible shock. It is as though these elements have become crystallized or petrified so that many of them are not conscious of anything but fear and terror which haunts their soul. All of their acts and deeds are continually before them, and this is worse than any hell that man could picture or has been pictured through the orthodox mind. In this zone are found many mountains and caves and rivers, and the roaring, thundering waters of an ocean. Some of the caves are dark as dungeons with their stalactites and stalagmites. Many of these dwellers will hide in their caves or lie down flat on the ground behind dense bushes of shrubbery, always in fear, quivering, trembling. Others, who are not quite so calloused, live in little huts with wooden tables and benches. Spend their time with the same crude amusements, only in a modified form, playing cards as they did on the earth realm, having their pet animals always at their side. They roam around the mountains, watching the fishes and the animals. They amuse themselves greatly with the numerous animals found in this zone. They do not realize that nothing propagates, nothing dies in the ethereal world. They do not realize they are creating for themselves that which they desire. They do not realize they have created their condition and their environments. In fact, many of them do not realize that they have passed out of their physical body and are existing in their soul body. If those on this earth realm who are living a life of deception, or selfishness, a life of vice and brutality and crime, could for a moment see these deformed souls in their tattered, stained garments, it would leave such an indelible impression that they would reform and change their mode of living while yet in their physical body. They would pray for guidance and help that they may become cleansed and purified and make an effort to overcome or work out their conditions here on this earth realm. They would abandon their life of lust and crime and lift themselves out of the black clouds they gather around themselves. There are those who have entered here who regret their mistakes and immediately seek to know how they can compensate for their awful deeds, and such attract to themselves beneficent souls from the higher zones who teach them and show them how to lift themselves out of their environments. Such soon see a ray of light and hope fills their soul, and like a tiger after his prey, they reach out towards the light and lose no time in extricating themselves from the darkness and barren conditions of this zone. When they have sufficiently cleansed and purified themselves, they breathe a sigh of relief and openly and loudly thank God for the light. They fall at the feet of the divine angel who has shown them the way. Their soul becomes quickened with love and appreciation, never to be forgotten. When the light dawns in such a soul, then he sees his tattered, stained garments, and as he becomes aware of his condition, he immediately rushes to the nearest fountain of water, stands under its beneficent sprays trying to wash out the stains in his garment, while grief is aroused in his present state of consciousness. He is not yet aware that all his regrets and grief will multiply in his awakening and can only be overcome through good thoughts, good deeds, through unselfish service to those who are in the same condition. Such will be his mission until such time as he has earned his own salvation. In these experiences he will learn that divine love is the only redeeming power of all life. This is indeed a field for purification and atonement, as God's laws are immutable and unchangeable. Throughout the ages, man has been taught that we must suffer for our sins, and that God punishes those who do evil and are wicked, by casting them into a fiery furnace or some bottomless pit, but in the world of soul we come face to face with facts and all conditions. We find that there is a purpose in this expression of life and that God has provided equal opportunities if we comply with his laws, and if we work against his law, instead of abiding by it, we suffer for our mistakes. We learn that we are creators and have created our own conditions, our own destiny, and that we have punished ourselves. We learn that God's laws are such that every action has its reaction, every thought is a seed sown which bears fruit of its own kind. And we are the ones who must gather the harvest we have sown, whether it be sorrow and grief, joy and blessings. We suffer for our mistakes not as a matter of punishment but as the effect of a cause, for God's law is set in motion through our thinking and our doings and rebounds upon ourselves in the world of soul as well as on this earth realm. In the ethereal world we are face to face with ourselves and with God's laws. Our conditions stand out plainly and the highly illumined intelligences can see and know just where we stand and all our mistakes. Out of pure sympathy and divine love, which they have for all, realizing how sacred unto God is every soul, they descend to this dark zone to show them the light. When they see these illumined intelligences approaching, they run and hide. Fear and terror of the law is constantly before their consciousness, so they imagine every soul they see is after them. Many times, beautiful, sublime souls descend with their harps to play and sing, that they may touch the proper key of their soul and through this harmony quicken the tender chord of divine love. Ofttimes they quietly crawl out from their places of hiding to listen to these beautiful strains of music, and when they touch the proper key, they draw nearer and pray, then they are willing to listen and be led. The divine angel who suddenly appears before him, assures him there is a way out of this darkness, that leads to the light of day, and assures them that the way is open through their desire to do good for every evil thought and act. On this earth realm, man is governed and order is attained by man-made laws, while in the world of the soul all is governed and order is established through God's divine law of love. When these dwellers are shown the way, and they learn that it is through unselfish service and through kindness and goodwill to all that they can earn their salvation, they are sent on their way rejoicing, and surprising to themselves are the fruits of their labor. They look in astonishment upon the fruition of kindly acts and loving thoughts and wonder why they had never known or thought of God's laws before. The gratitude such beings manifest after they have progressed out of the darkness, as they are constantly witnessing the results of their efforts to do good, is unspeakable. They are absolutely untiring in their efforts to uplift some being who is still struggling in the darkness. No mortal being has a conception of the power of divine love and how unselfishly this power is showered upon those in the lower zones by the angels and messengers from the higher heavenly zones, who understand God's laws and how tenderly and lovingly they show the way, teaching them how to uplift themselves, that they may climb the ladder of life and behold the glories and grandeur of God's handiwork. Every effort is made to awaken these unfortunate souls. At regular intervals in this zone may be heard the roaring sound of a trumpet sent forth by the angels of light, bidding these souls wake up. Arise and see the light. Come forth out of your dungeons and seek peace for your weary soul. The light of their soul being dormant, they are asleep, entranced by their own deeds. Many of these beings have contracted into dwarfs, their features reveal their brutal deeds. If you did not understand the law and know their conditions, you would not imagine that these beings ever functioned in a physical form with erect features, such as the effect of our thoughts, acts and deeds upon our soul. Many of them look as if they belong in the animal kingdom, and had never had a human form. The saddest of all is the fact that here are found women who once functioned in a womanly form, but now are seen as they are, in garments tattered and torn, and these too must awaken and sometime become cleansed and purified and walk in the path with angels. Ages may pass by ere some of these beings will reach the top round in the ladder of life, but they must and will eventually reach it. Time modifies, then cures all our mistakes and our sufferings, and when these souls are weary of suffering they cry out for help and light. Then and only then can they be assisted. Such a cry always reaches some beneficent soul who with angel wings appears before their vision and bids them rise and follow. This zone is 40,000 miles wide and is densely timbered like a wilderness in some parts. In other directions towards the north there are sandy deserts with scrubby shrubbery here and there, wild cactus, mullein plants and other plants are found here. Cypress and other trees are seen in abundance along the southern part of this zone, while in the central portion it is barren, rocky, damp and musty. The rocks in the caves are covered with moss and gelatinous substances. Here you find insects, fleas, buzzards, skunks, rats, bears, elephants, tigers and other animals throughout this zone. In the ocean are various marine plants, ferns and fishes. The water is cold and clammy. Instead of this purgatory being a hot place, it is a damp, cold, musty place, as they do not receive the direct rays of the sun. Many times these beings bathe in these waters, thinking they can find relief for their tortured soul. Their haunts are the deeds that confront their vision no matter where they go. There are no flowers in this belt. Many growths of various kinds are found in the mountains around the streams. The angels who descend to these vibrations must be heavily robed to protect themselves from this atmosphere, which is repellent to their souls. There are but very few huts, as these dwellers lie down flat on the ground behind bushes or sit in these damp caves on some rock, hiding themselves. Some of these dwellers have been here for hundreds of years, while others remain from 10 to 50 years. However, time is not an element of consideration here in the world of soul. Many of them have no conception of how long they have lingered here. There is a ruling angel for this zone. He is considered in the world of soul as a most powerful beneficent soul. To be able to rule the unruly and establish and maintain peace among the lawless, savage, brutal animal beings, requires by far more wisdom and power than the finite mind is capable of comprehending. To maintain harmony and peace among such beings, who would on the slightest provocation, war with each other, in fact, with the disturbing tendencies and bitter elements in their being, they would be continually in an uproar as a natural result. If it were not for the pervading power of this ruling star, who is considered among the greatest of the great and who is assisted by many millions of beneficent angels who are constantly guarding and guiding these darkened souls who, regardless of their dormant state, feel a power which they do not understand. It is this power which they feel over them that causes these dwellers to tremble in fear and terror, and they are constantly looking for something to happen, which never happens. Whenever any of these dwellers scheme among themselves to accomplish certain devilish work, just then, like a thunderbolt, this power is presented to them in some manner. To teach them that there is a power greater and higher than themselves that is watching over them. There are many various ways through which this power makes itself known, and ofttimes they will momentarily light up this dark zone through the appearance and the illumination of millions of divine souls at once. The majority have learned that this light is not caused by an electrical display. As they distinctly see the faces and forms of these angels, many times it becomes the conversation of these dwellers and they wonder how they can reach these souls and put an end to them. There are those who through this manifestation become awakened, get on their knees and cry to them for help. Many are the tales that could be told, but suffice it to say, all such must serve their time until they are ready to become obedient to divine law and undo the wrongs by doing good, overcome the evil tendencies through the power of divine love. If such did not suffer, they could not realize the suffering they have caused others. If they do not taste the bitter, they can never appreciate the sweet. If they did not know what struggles and conflicts and sorrows meant, they could not appreciate the joys and blessings. The dwarfed, dark condition of these beings, is the extreme opposite of the angelic state, and the darkness, barrenness and the lower forms, as the outburst of this zone, are the extreme opposite of the heavenly divine kingdoms of our Father's house. When these dwellers have become sufficiently cleansed and purified and have created within themselves the desire to serve God and be obedient to His laws, then they are led to a fountain of pure water that gushes forth to great heights, which is concealed from their view, until they are ready for its beneficent, refreshing sprays. There is a path through a dense forest that leads from the darkness of the first zone to the twilight of the second zone. There are many streams and springs and small bodies of water in this forest. As we enter this forest, the darkness gradually evolves into the twilight, and near the entrance of the second zone, in a most conducive portion on top of a mountain, is found this gushing fountain. Here is where they get their shower bath, standing under its vibrant sprays, causing the outer dark-stained garment to slough off, and behold, they see themselves for the first time in many, many years, standing there in a perfect human form as man or woman, and beneficent angels, who have woven suitable raiment for them, clothed them in attire similar to those worn on this mortal plane, and now they are ready to pass into the second zone, leaving behind the dark-stained vibrations or substance of their past acts and deeds, ready to create a new and brighter garment to function through as they proceed on their journey of progression through the soul world. When the light ahead first glimmers in their consciousness, these beings cry out for joy and ofttimes sing familiar hymns that mother used to sing in their childhood. The strong mother love bursts forth, and she is the one, after these beings have become awakened, whom they usually think of first. Their faith in the beneficent angel, who so tenderly and kindly led the way, showering their being with divine love, is like that of a child for a parent. They cling to his very garment and long to be in his presence, they long for his love and are most obedient to all his teachings. They bow with great reverence in the spirit of love to these wonderful masters of wisdom who are the teachers in these zones, and these are the angels who guided these souls to this expression of life and watched over them as they were the actors in the great drama of this physical life, and now they are carefully guiding the way back to the angelic state. During this terrible crisis, through which this world has just passed, only a few out of the millions of souls cast into the world of soul, were taken to this dark zone. Beneficent angel, who came from afar, to shed thy rays which transmute the scar, that the weary traveler may see the light, that will quicken his soul into delight, as he beholds the glorious, radiant sky, which reveals a power of greater might than all that earth with goods could bestow upon any mortal who dwells here below. Beneficent angel, to thee we bow, in reverence with love and sacred vow, that ne'er again my footsteps shall trod the lower rungs of earth's great plot, that binds the soul in fetters and chains, and leaves the marks of stain and pain, that thou no longer shall try in vain to lift my soul through clouds and stain. Beneficent angel who came from afar, to lead the way that I might follow, to the path that points to yonder star, where dwell the angels and hosts sublime, in joy and peace and love divine. To thee I bow for thy kindly patience, for thy knowledge and wisdom imparted to my soul in its hours of darkness. The second zone, the domestic belt in the ethereal world, 150,000 miles from this earth realm. Thou holy, holy God, thou who art the divine essence in all there is, awaken us out of our dreams and delusions, dogmas and beliefs that obstruct our vision from thee, and help us to weave into the warp and woof of our lives the golden threads of love for all humanity, that we may be lifted out of the fogs of materiality into spiritual light and truth, into a realization of thy wisdom, and behold thy divine plan expressed throughout the universe. Perhaps the most astonishing truth that confronts the soul after leaving the physical body, is the fact that he finds himself in a natural world. And as he progresses in his present environments, he learns that this natural world leads to God's heavenly kingdoms and then to his celestial and divine kingdoms, and that God's heavenly kingdoms and his celestial kingdoms are all natural regardless of their heavenly holy divine states. The many advantages and opportunities found in this world of soul over those which confronted us in the physical world is another most astounding revelation. Here we find ourselves free from all limitations of man-made laws and man's conceptions of God's laws. Those conceptions of the various individualized and centralized organizations which have been forced upon man throughout the ages, with all their errors and delusions. Being free from the cumbersome physical body through which we functioned, our vision is somewhat clearer and broader, all things present themselves in their various aspects, as we now behold things in a different light. In our present state, we realize the difference between beliefs and facts, between man's conception of God's plan and God's will and the reality as it now impinges itself upon our consciousness. With these facts before us, the awakened soul naturally questions why all these various structures for worship which grace the different portions of this zone, as we wander through the various cities and villages of this country. Our attention is naturally attracted to these churches, many of them appearing familiar. In fact, there is not a religious organization that will not find their thoughts manifested here in this zone. In the world of soul, our thoughts become objectified or manifest. Through our thinking we are daily creating the substance out of which is fashioned our home, our conditions, our environments in the world of soul as well as in this material world. Another one of the most astounding facts that confronts us when we have entered the world of soul is that the things which seem so vital and important to us on this earth are of no consequence whatever in the ethereal world, and that the most important and most essential facts have been entirely neglected, all due to our training and system of education. As our journey through this earth in the physical body is of such a short duration and the life in the ethereal world exceeds it by many years, it is very important that we should be educated in our childhood about our being and the purpose of this expression of life. It is very essential that we are taught that there is a soul life as well as a physical expression of life. As God in his divine wisdom prepared such a beautiful suitable world for the physical expression of life, he could not make a mistake and forget to prepare a suitable world for the habitation of the man's finer body. A world that so far excels this physical world that no finite mind could adequately reveal its sublime glorious beauty. It is very essential that we know that all that is, was and ever will be has come from the one infinite source, the fountain of all life, all light, all wisdom, all love. One of the most essential branches of knowledge concerning our being is the law of vibration. Children should be given colored balls representing the colors of the solar beam as reflected in the prism and taught their color, rate of vibration and chemical value. Mortals should learn to realize and recognize the fact that there are vibrations above and below the range or octave of vibration to which we are attuned and to which our physical senses respond on this material realm. We should know that there are many octaves below and above the limitations of the physical senses, and that we can so cleanse, so refine and purify ourselves that we may be receptive to the higher vibrations. We should be taught another essential fact, that we have soul senses as well as physical senses, and that the same natural law of evolution which evolved our five senses will evolve the sixth and seventh senses, which enables us to see beyond the limitations of our present physical senses and perceive that which exists behind the screen, that which is facts, that which is real, that which is natural, because the sixth and seventh senses respond to higher rates of vibrations. Many today on the earth are cultivating a positive attitude of mind, thinking that positivity, as they call it, shuts out all evil influences. This erroneous idea is based on a misconception of God's law. All so-called evil is within our own mind. If we cease to think evil, refuse to do evil, we cannot attract the evil. All knowledge, all wisdom, all power in a finite degree lies within the soul. As we unfold higher degrees of consciousness, through divine love for all humanity, keeping our thoughts pure and clean, doing unto others as we would have them do unto us, there can be no evil come near you. The light of your soul will radiate such a tremendous power that it will transmute and uplift all evil, which is ignorance and darkness, into that which is good. Let us remember the law of attraction and repulsion plays its part throughout the universe, and the power of attraction lies within your own soul, and you set God's laws in motion through your thinking. As you are the dynamo in which are generated the thoughts that you send forth on the ether waves, attracting like quality, you are also the magnet which attracts them back, and they return freighted with like quality, attracting to you individuals and conditions from both worlds. The world of soul and those in the physical body. Positivity shuts out the light of the soul and the light that radiates from that divine infinite center we call God. Positivity in the material realm means strength, power, and those who practice being positive create vibrations and attract the lower vibrations that tend towards brutality, obstinacy, determination and egotism, which enters into the warp and woof of your life and forms a garment of this substance which is so dense that it imprisons the light of the soul. Arid shuts out all light that flows from God's divine and celestial kingdoms, which is heavily laden with knowledge and wisdom. As the soul evolves, it becomes more porous and is like a sponge that drinks in the water. The soul absorbs the divine light which rechemicalizes the physical organism, making it a fit temple for higher vibrations, higher degrees of consciousness. Therefore practice receptivity instead of positivity. In this zone we find the manifestations of all nature kissed by the rays of the same sun whose glowing brilliant light has been felt and witnessed throughout our journey on the earth. Except that at no time do we receive the full light of our day as on the earth realm. Here it is always twilight, and this is indicative of the light of the soul of the individuals who gravitate to this zone. The souls who enter here may be designated in 7 distinct classes or gradations of soul unfoldment, or 7 states of mind and conditions. Among a certain class, we find those who believe that when they make the change called death, they will go to heaven and find God. They have no conception of God's laws or the purpose of life. They have never known anything of the construction of the universe. They have no conception of other worlds than our Earth or our solar system or other systems, and these are very much disappointed in not finding the golden streets and God sitting on a throne to embrace them for their diligence in obeying the rules of the Church. Some of these think they have had visions of God and heaven, not realizing they have created these visions in their own minds. These are individuals who cling so tenaciously to their beliefs and follow the same routine, never for a moment questioning the whys and wherefores of that which confronts them. Their greatest obstacle is obstinacy caused by their undeveloped mind. Their mind has been trained in only one channel to follow the dictations of certain religious organizations. Many of these remain here for years and years. When they do not find God, they think they are in waiting for Gabriel to blow his trumpet, then God will appear, and others think they are in purgatory and must pray themselves out of this world and be more diligent in their worship by attending their favorite church more diligently. These people do not wish to be disturbed with any other ideas, in fact would not listen to anything else, so many of them remain for years and years until they are ready to listen and desire to know, then they are taught God's laws. Among another class of dwellers in this zone are found many who have been considered great characters. They were very popular, were considered very progressive on this earth realm. Many of them had gained for themselves name and fame and high positions in the eyes of the earth world. Some in the social circles, some in political circles, others in religious organizations. Promulgators of new religious ideas, many who have been leaders in religion and scientific lines, so-called scientists, musicians, and artists, who were so beloved and esteemed on the earth, but during all their popularity and glory on this mortal realm, did not kindle the light of their soul, and they did not realize that the light of the mind or intellect is only a reflected light. Much of our mental development is very superficial and entwined with selfishness and egotism. When these souls enter here and see themselves as they really are, not as they appeared and yet appear in the eyes of the world, but see themselves in garments which their delusions and egotistical ideas have woven around them. Sad indeed is the intense disappointment of these individuals. With the foregoing before us, we must admit that it is not who you are or who you have been that counts in God's kingdom. But what you have thought and said and done, that is you, and that is what counts. It is that which you must face when you leave the physical body to function in the ethereal world, the world of the soul. Among another class we find those who have never given a thought to the purpose of their existence in this material world. They are simply existing from day to day, gratifying their physical sensations and physical desires, trying to fulfill the duties of their daily requirements with no thought whatever of a life beyond this expression. The light of their soul is so dormant that they are not conscious of anything beyond the petty things of everyday occurrences, which do not tend towards the development of the mind or the evolution of the divine attributes of the soul. They have feasted at the fountain of selfishness, criticism, bigotry and lust and commercialism, and find themselves enmeshed in a garment that is not attractive in the world of soul. Such individuals are like a fish out of water. They find it very difficult to become adjusted in their new environments and new conditions. Among another class who egotistically believe in one world at a time. Why bother, why make any effort to know why we are functioning in this material world? We know we are, and that is enough, so they thought. Let us concentrate for success and prosperity and surround ourselves with all of this world's goods, have plenty of all we want and be happy in the enjoyment of that which we have accomplished while we are here. If I can create for myself happiness and success on this earth, in this physical form, why be concerned about the soul and the world in which we must function after we leave this physical body? So long as I can satisfy the desires of my mind right now. Such have not realized that all this seeking for material possession is contrary to the teachings of Christ, the great Master, who said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and then all else will be added." So in their efforts for success and prosperity on this material plane, the soul was becoming enmeshed with all these material vibrations of greed, selfishness, and while seeking for all these material possessions, the light of the soul remained dormant, and when these individuals come face to face with their delusions and behold the garment of their soul, those who hover near look upon them with great sympathy and pity. Among another class may be found those who lived in luxury here on this earth, who always had all they desired of this world's goods, who had every advantage that this material earth could offer, money, lands, raiment, jewelry and all commodities and luxuries, everything that is considered desirable in the physical world. Among these are rulers, merchants, financiers, retired businessmen and women who have enjoyed the wealth of great estates, but with all their advantages. The most important and the most essential of all in this world was neglected, the soul, the sacred soul. Their minds were so attracted to material possessions that they felt that these were of most importance. Pitiful is the sight to behold when these souls enter here and find themselves surrounded by barren conditions suited to the condition of the soul. Among another class of dwellers in this zone, are found those who are of a mechanical and inventive turn of mind and who did not complete their work or fulfill their desires along such lines. These are found here in great numbers working out various problems along mechanical and electrical devices. Working out problems for aeroplanes, wireless, in fact many implements, tools, devices of various kinds are being considered and worked out here for the benefit of man, who is still functioning on the physical realm of life, as these will become a great necessity with the future generations. When the minds will have turned into higher channels, greater ideals, then machinery will do most of the labor that man is doing now. While man will devote certain portions of each day to developing the mind and unfolding the divine attributes of the soul. All who pass out in accidents, quakes, fires, water, wars, many whose physical existence has been cut off ere the time for their transition, pass to this zone, and here they find opportunities and advantages that will enable them to continue life, beginning where they left off on the earth. Here they are placed according to their condition and ability after they have become adjusted to their new environments and new conditions. Many of these souls find it difficult to overcome the desires created during their earth life and the sudden separation from those who were so dear to them, while others adjust themselves very rapidly and soon grasp the opportunity of progressing into higher conditions and find much satisfaction and gratification in their new activities. The majority of soldiers and individuals who were forced out of their physical bodies during this terrible crisis through which the world has passed have been placed in the second zone. Some few were eligible for the third zone. Those whose souls were shattered into a mass of pulp were carefully and tenderly gathered by beneficent angels and placed here in this zone, where they will sleep until the soul will recuperate its powers into activity. Then when they awaken, They will be placed and continue their activity in their new environments. They will not be conscious of what has happened until they have fully recuperated. Some will be able to recall the incident on awakening, others may not for years, until they enter into the vibration that will arouse the fact in their consciousness. Parents and loved ones should rejoice in the fact that there is no death and that their boys will continue life in this zone and prepare themselves to progress to higher and higher states of activity which will enable them to send forth vibrations. That will be helpful to those who are left here in the physical realm. Here they will be classified according to their soul's growth, as many of these lads are very wide awake and had not yet enmeshed themselves in dense cloudy vibrations of the earth realm, their thoughts and activity. Having been directed towards building a foundation for their earthly activities, hence such will progress very rapidly into the third zone, where they will start their march of soul progression and waiting for the time when those who are so dear to them on the earth realm will make the transition called death and will join them in the soul world. The ties of love can never be severed, but continue through eternity. It is divine love that bridges the chasm between the two worlds. It is divine love that causes the thoughts of the parents and loved ones to reach out towards those who have gone on ahead to journey in the ethereal world. And it is divine love that causes those in the ethereal world FB reach back to those still functioning in their physical body. Then how could there be anything but interaction between the two worlds? Only those who have not real love in their hearts could doubt this truth. There are various kinds of love manifested on the earth realm, but divine love, which is the very essence of the soul, that is the power of attraction, that is the cord that binds which no man can sever, no man can destroy, and all our theories, cults, beliefs and teachings can never wipe out the fact of the interaction of the two worlds and the benefits derived from the interaction through the sacred holy souls who descend from God's divine kingdom to this earth realm. And when we war against these facts we war against God and ourselves. Now let us go back to the churches, all of which means so much to the different classes of dwellers here in this zone. Here the churches are serving a purpose just as they did and do on the earth. Many of these theories and beliefs have served as a stepping stone towards realities. Through the various experiences encountered in such environments, the pure, clean soul became awakened, absorbing from its environments that which was necessary for its growth. When the soul becomes sufficiently awakened it uses its own faculties and reasons from cause to effect. Such a soul can no longer be content with theories and beliefs because it gets glimpses of that which is beyond this realm so naturally it drifts into higher channels. While the soul that has not yet built a foundation of its own drifts with the tide and has found the church a great pillar to lean upon and follows the dictations of man's conception of God's laws without any hesitancy because they are not doing their own thinking and consequently have not developed their own faculties and hence are not capable of judging between that which is a reality and that which seems a reality. There are many souls who were better for having had a pure ideal held constantly before their minds such as the churches have offered them, even though that ideal was a delusion. They were by far better than the individual whose ideal was or is no higher than to wholly gratify their brutal physical inclinations and physical desires. Since the pure ideal will lead to the soul's awakening into the realities, while the physical animal tendencies will lead to degradation and remorse. No one can indulge in the doctrinal teachings of the churches with a pure mind and pure intentions and not be benefited and grow nearer and nearer to the truth. All things serve a purpose on the earth and when we outgrow that purpose, we drift into the next step. It is a natural law displayed throughout the universe in every plane and every kingdom that when anything has served its purpose it passes away to make room for something higher, as forms, conditions and circumstances and ideas, when they have served their purpose they pass away and new conditions, new forms, new ideas, take their place. The old law demanding an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth had to pass away and make room for something higher. Something better, which would arouse the spiritual nature in man, the Christ principle which all possess, but with so many is yet dormant. It was that divine illumined soul, Jesus of Nazareth who revealed to us the law in his Sermon on the Mount. To do good for evil, to love your enemies and help those who despise you and pray for those who misuse you and do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and that we must reap what we sow. It was he who told us of the many mansions in his Father's house and of the eternal city not made with hands. It was he who saw that every soul is divine and sacred regardless of color and race, regardless of our mistakes. He knew the element of divine love is eternal and is the divine essence of all life found in every man. When the present teachings of the churches have served their purpose, man will demand something higher. More truth and less dogma, more truth and less beliefs, more truth and spirituality and less materiality until by and by man will have awakened and the light of the soul will lead man to higher ideals and reveal God's law instead of following man's conception of God's law. There are many on the earth today who are following the dictations of their own soul, having evolved higher degrees of consciousness and the light of their own soul is pointing the way. That leads to God's divine kingdoms, and those who are still in the churches will sometime outgrow their present dictum and will demand the truth about God's laws which are manifested throughout the universe. So in this second zone we find the churches and various religious organizations are the manifestations of the substance sent forth through the thoughts of humanity, who, functioning in a physical body on the earth. And those who gravitate here ere they have outgrown these vibrations can continue in the same old way until they are ready and desire to know. You have eternity before you, and when your soul becomes quickened you will desire facts and will shift into other channels. This is the only zone in the ethereal world in which are found churches and religious organizations. In all the higher zones are temples of learning and temples of worship, but all worship according to God's law as the light of the soul has revealed, and there is no dictum to follow which has been created through man's undeveloped state of mind, through man's misconception of God's will. In this zone the dwellers clothe themselves in similar attire to that which we find here on the earth, except those who have grown out of beliefs and the dictations of the church. These are happy and proud to don a white robe which the teachers have woven for them. After they pass into this state of growth they are ready to pass into the third zone. As the soul awakens out of beliefs, many problems and questions arise in his mind which the churches no longer can satisfactorily answer. Such souls are admitted into the temple of worship, where the masters teach the inquiring minds. This temple is a beautiful white structure in the central portion of this zone, situated on a high elevation with its attractive surroundings of flowers, vines, trellises, arches covered with trailing vines and flowers. From this elevation the souls who ascend to this temple have a most wonderful view of every part of this zone. In its various apartments are teachers who reveal the existence of the third zone and its requirements and conditions, and here they prepare themselves for third zone. Many of the brilliant minds, after their soul became awakened, are ready to continue their studies along various lines, and here in the different apartments they find the teachers who assist them and start them in the right path for the journey that lies before them. As you ramble through this zone you will find there is no public library, but there are a few reading rooms. You will note that the activity throughout this zone is very similar to that on our earth realm. You will see these dwellers transact business in a modified form. You will note they have many domestic duties very similar to these here. You will find many beautiful homes and very nicely furnished, beautiful gardens and lawns. Many of the houses are covered with vines surrounded with many flowers and perennials in the main parts of the cities. Many fountains with their beautiful sprays are seen in these cities, in their parks and in their lawns. Benches are found here and there where the traveler may recline and watch the sprays of glittering waters rise to great heights, while nearby he will note masterpieces of living statuary of noted personages. As you wander through this zone, you are attracted to their beautiful parks with their surroundings where the dwellers go to rest and meet their friends. On their lakes are seen dwellers enjoying the water, rowing along in their boats, others are drifting, while the pedestrians are reclining on the benches under some magnificent tree in the park nearby, listening to the songs and music so popular and well known on this earth realm. In the parks more centrally situated are found flowers, perennials, vines covering many cozy nooks where lovers usually meet. Many fountains and small bodies of water with their goldfish and other varieties. Here you can listen to the cooing of the birds and watch the squirrels and rabbits, all so very beautiful in this world of soul. Throughout this zone you will find deers, wolves, lions, dogs, cats and many other animals which are pets in the soul world. As you wander through this zone with its cities, its villages, its lakes and valleys, its ravines and streams, its meadows and mountains, it seems like a world of its own. Many who gravitate here would not know they had made the change called death if their own conditions and environments corresponded to those that surrounded them on the earth realm, as here the scenery, the trees and flowers and the general outlook of this country is like that found in nearly every part of our earth realm. Many of these souls who lived in luxury and perfect comfort on the earth sphere found themselves clothed in common raiment and in place of a palatious elegantly furnished home. They find themselves in a barren little humble cottage in some obscure part of the city or village. While others who toiled faithfully and so hard, who had many obstacles to overcome, to attain a mere existence found themselves in a beautiful comfortable home with attractive surroundings, garden of flowers and fruit trees, grapes, apples, berries and others. All of these being the fruition of the substance sent forth through their kindly acts and deeds which have brought joy to their soul. Many who were considered very ordinary and commonplace on this earth realm, live in attractive houses with their gardens of flowers, statuary on their lawns and the enjoyable sprays of fountains. Here you will find hedges and gardens of flowers growing to great heights and more beautifully developed than the same species on the earth. Among these you will find phlox, ox-eyed daisies, foxglove, asters, snapdragon, bluebells, thistle, goldenrod, cornflowers, geraniums, tiger lilies, blue flag, silvium, columbine, oleanders, hydrangeas, buttercups, buttonbush, marigold, field poppies, poinsettias, roses, lantana and other varieties. Most of the homes are painted in brown, some few are white. Some portions of this zone has the appearance of a beautiful cultivated country, with attractive buildings, beautiful gardens with their artistic settings. Benches under the spreading branches of trees where the traveler can rest and read a book or gaze into the distant scenery and behold the mountains and unique bridges across streams or ravines, watching the pedestrians going to and fro. While in other portions of this country you may behold fields of grain and trees laden with fruit, and here you will find a tree called the bread tree bearing a fruit called breadfruit which the dwellers use. As we wander in other portions, we find barren deserts and scanty little huts, all significant of the selfish, clannish, domineering, irritable dispositions and characteristics of the dwellers who now occupy these homes with their surroundings. So as we measure unto others so it is meted out to ourselves. Many who have given to charities only when they would receive public praise and advertisement for themselves, never having charity or love in their heart for the needy unfortunate souls while in the physical body. Such are found here in surroundings that are pitiful, and when they meet those whom they have known in the physical form upon whom they have looked with a frown of scorn and no love in their hearts and find such in better environments than themselves, they naturally question, how is this? Why is it? It had never occurred to them that every action has its reaction and every cause its effect. It had never occurred to them that there is a golden thread that links all humanity as God's children. It had never occurred to them that we create our own surroundings and environments from which we cannot hide. They follow us where'er we go, in fact such shadows are there to greet us. There is not a kindly thought or a kindly act that does not bring its reward. It is not only registered in our soul but also in our environments. There are three most distinct and most pitiful conditions found in this zone. Those who once enjoyed all that wealth could lavish upon them. Those who had attained public praise and applause either in politics, intellectual, social, scientific or musical circles, and those who were so devout in religious tendencies either as founders, priests, preachers, leaders, teachers and parishioners, all so disappointed in seeing themselves as they really are instead of as they appeared in the eyes of this material world, and here they learn that in the world of soul we stand face to face with ourselves, our acts, our deeds, our degree of unfoldment, our state of progression in God's laws. These dwellers have their amusements and social entertainments. There are halls where prominent speakers appear and discuss the problems of our present-day occurrences and conditions on this earth realm. They have musical entertainments where very prominent musicians take part in vocal and instrumental recitals. They have many lectures on religious, social and political problems and on many scientific subjects for which those of ability are chosen to discuss the subject. These lectures are attended by many. There are special occasions when prominent personages who now are dwellers of the higher zones descend to lecture on popular subjects or their experiences in their progression or other topics of universal importance, and such are attended by the thousands. These dwellers spend a great deal of their time in what they consider their domestic duties and their religious inclinations. They are taught music and art. In their art building are found many wonderful paintings by ancient artists of Madonnas, masters, sculptures, speakers, teachers, musicians, prophets, sages, saints, poets, philosophers, discoverers, mathematicians and scientists. Among the many imposing wonderful buildings in this zone is a beautiful healing temple. Here, many still functioning in their physical body have been brought and cured through these wonderful vibrant forces centered in this temple. Situated on top of a mountain in a very conducive attitude is found an observatory where the scientists gather to continue their observations and study with much greater satisfaction than on the earth realm. In this building, called the Temple of Science, are found many apartments where each can continue to fathom the problems in their individual lines, with instruments and equipments that far excel those when were available on the earth. Here they have every advantage and they delight in their new discoveries and are anxious to impart them to someone still functioning in a physical body. Chemistry is not taught in this zone, but the chemists work out the problems in their line. In fact, this is a great field for investigation rather than for promulgation as is done in the higher zones. Great joy for him who sees the light ere his activity is completed in the physical body. Such a soul does not have to investigate, he knows, and hence does not have to outgrow skepticism, doubt, as in the case with the dwellers in this zone whose light has not yet been kindled. Thou angels of light send forth thy rays unto the souls that are seeking thy ways. Quicken their spirit with love divine, that they may find peace and rest at thy shrine. Beloved children of earth and time, hasten the days that you may climb the ladder of life, and by, behold the truth and scorn the lie. The third zone. The manufacturing belt, 200,000 miles from this earth realm. Thou infinite source and fountain of life and light. We are reaching out to thee that we may see thy wisdom in all there is and grow into a consciousness of thy divinity, into a realization of thy eternal energy which flows from the boundless universe into every atom of our being, that it will regenerate and purify us, fitting us for higher and better conditions of life, for greater and grander opportunities to express and behold the beauties and glories of thy handiwork. When you have become eligible for the third zone, you don your white robe and pass through space that lies between the second and third zones. If our scientists on this earth realm had lenses sufficiently powerful to penetrate these unexplored regions which lie in the intervening spaces of the various planets and the invisible belts encircling every planet, they would be very much surprised, rather dumbfounded to find such conditions and the wonderful manifestations of nature's forces. It would be rather appalling to come face to face with the individuals found here and learn that these intelligences once energized a physical body like their own and at one time were the dwellers of this earth realm. As you stroll along the path of this beautiful wooded grove and take cognizance of the foliage and the trees, your attention is called to the fact that as you entered here, the trees were very small, quite low, and as you proceed along your journey, they are graduating in size and height, growing higher and larger, and by the time you get to the end of your journey, they are very large and very high. If you could realize that this is caused by the difference in the vibrations, you would not be surprised. The substance of the second zone is much more dense and graduates in vibration as you ascend higher. These trees look like our maple trees which we find in the eastern states, the bark and the foliage, and as you examine the leaves, you find towards the second zone, they are much more opaque and much more ethereal at the other end of the path. As you reach the end of this journey, you find yourself 200,000 miles from the earth, and here the teachers meet you and place you here. You soon become aware that the noises and commotion of the earth realm do not affect the dwellers to the same extent as they do in the second zone, and you find yourself in a much better atmosphere with much more conducive environments. You realize that a weight has been lifted, for you have cast aside another material garment. Your vision is somewhat clearer, and if you are of a progressive temperament, you will soon realize that here you are getting the first breath of a spiritual atmosphere. Here is the beginning of our triumphant march of the soul through a continuous elevation, going from zone to zone through every gradation in every zone, learning the laws, gathering knowledge, getting experiences and assimilating from the various environments the knowledge and wisdom taught in the various temples of learning, qualifying yourself for higher and higher conditions of life, continually unfolding more and more of the divine powers from within, clarifying and purifying your being, laying aside one material garment for another, and thus fitting yourselves to be eligible for God's heavenly kingdoms, which are found on the topmost round of this planet, and there prepare yourself to bask in his eternal light of day, where the soul of man will again radiate its light in all its glory, singing praises unto the Lord for his sublime handiwork. Now let us again come back in thought to the third zone, that we may become acquainted with our environments. About the first thing that impresses itself upon our consciousness is the fact that we are in a great manufacturing center, surrounded by quite an expanse of territory, being 30,000 miles wide, where manufacturing of all kinds is carried on, such as wearing apparel and all other necessities are manufactured here. One of the most interesting sights is to witness the weaving of the materials for our garments, and not only this, but here we are taught how to weave our own robes which we wear in the temples of learning, in the temples of worship, in their festivities, and special gatherings. During the day, the commotion of this planet sends the atoms up thousands of miles into the intervening spaces, and these are gathered by the teachers of this zone into a triangle representing the third zone. Through a chemical process, they gather the chemicals from the sun, which are pink, those from the moon are blue, and those from our earth are green, together with the white ether, and through a chemical process, these are woven into a fabric that looks like a fine mesh of cheesecloth in texture and quality, and out of this cloth they make their white robes. A sample of this cloth was brought here on this earth realm for inspection and examination, then placed in a sealed envelope, within a day disintegrated and of course disappeared. The atoms of this triangular piece of cloth were gathered the night previous and woven just before bringing it to this earth for inspection. Here you will see the chemists weave all sorts of lazy fabrics and many sheer gauzy materials, in fact all kinds of paraphernalia. Your needs, your desires and all your requirements are here supplied. As we are functioning through a body that is still quite dense, or very material, corresponding with this zone, our requirements are many and some very similar to those on this earth realm. In rambling through this zone, you will find fields of grain and orchards of fruits, apples, pears, grapes, berries, plums and others, not just like those we have here, as the vibrations are quite different from these in which we are existing on this mundane sphere, so they only resemble these that we know as such. Here we find some more bread fruit, somewhat different from that found in the second zone. It's much more delicious when sliced, it looks like bread. If we were educated in natural laws, and in mind, would get away from the intense attachments we form for material things and our material environments, and if we would unfold higher degrees of consciousness, we could take many soul journeys to this third zone and to the second, and consciously function there, and visit with our friends and dwellers. This, under the proper conditions, could be done with much less effort than to go from coast to coast while we are functioning in our physical body. Indeed, there are those who go there and consciously enjoy their environments and a visit to their temples of learning and bring back knowledge and food for thought. If you are sufficiently unfolded, you may not only enjoy a delightful visit but partake of some delicious luncheon spread out on a nice white cloth on the lawn, where the balmy breezes would waft the aroma of the sweet flowers into your atmosphere, or you might take a stroll with them in their beautiful gardens with their artistic settings and continue your visit while reclining on some benches under the spreading branches of an apple tree laden with delicious apples, and at the same time enjoy the beds of roses, pansies, violets, sweet peas, daisies, cosmos, dahlias, morning glories, honeysuckle, nasturtiums, fuchsias, Martha Washington, Shasta daisies, azalea, bougainvillea and many others. Violets and pansies are from 18 to 27 inches high. As you continue your walk into fields of flowers nearby, you may be seated on a large rock with sufficient surface to accommodate at least 2 or 3 of you. Here you may extend your vision to the beautiful mountains in the distance and valleys below, or note some beautiful imposing structure in the distance while listening to the cooing and chirping of the birds and watching the charming exquisite butterflies going back and forth. Near your path you will note many creeping creatures. Some peculiar-looking animal whose body looks like a medium-sized seal in weight dragging itself along the grass. While looking upon the branches of some shrubbery nearby, you will notice a most charming creature shaped like a squirrel with a much longer body and larger, with its downy soft white hair standing up about 2 inches. Your first impulse will be to rush to it that you may touch that soft, pretty white hair. Many more, just as wonderful, will cross your path, all having a charm of their own. Now let us wander into some of their parks with their small lakes and gushing fountains surrounded with pond lilies. Nearby are begonias, trellises covered with clematis, surrounded by ferns, primroses, hibiscus rosea, pink geraniums, an acacia tree, and as we descend the stone steps leading down to some murmuring stream, we find trees, shrubbery, ferns on either side. Going along the various winding paths, watching the pedestrians and nearby others in groups in some cozy nook, surrounded by roses, and here in another inviting spot under the drooping branches of a pepper tree. Gazing at a bed of gladiolus in all their beautiful colorings, you can hear 2 lovers telling the tales of their own experiences. And lying at their side is a beautiful pet dog or some other pet animal perfectly contented in their magnetic aura. So you will find that while life and its activity here in this 3rd zone is quite different in many respects, yet there are so many similar features, so many similar attractions. All of which are a great necessity for the soul's unfoldment, as we must continue our experiences where we left off in our last step of progression, and through those awaken into higher ideals and expand into higher degrees of consciousness. That our vision will grow clearer, extend into broader fields and more sublime realities, until by and by we shall behold the glories of God's handiwork and bask in the illumination of His eternal city. Now let us take a view of the homes in this section of the world of soul, and here you will find many varieties, all constructed of wood, some few large white buildings of stone, but these are not private homes. These buildings look like stone, but it is a different substance. Many of these private homes are covered with climbing vines and flowers, and you will find after going through the 2nd zone that these homes are much more beautiful, more spacious, and by far more cozy, more comfortable and much more complete. They have their music room, dining room, rest rooms, drawing rooms, reception halls and porches, all cozily and beautifully furnished. Much of the furniture resembles such as we see here in our well-furnished homes, with their large arbors of flowers and trellises covered with climbing roses that stretch across like a fence, and these roses are of many varieties and colors, pinks, reds, yellows. You will find artistic settings everywhere, their homes, their public buildings, in their parks, and everything is by far more beautiful than anything found on this earth realm. Every zone has its own species and varieties of flowers, all of which are much more matured. Roses are found in every zone, but each zone has its own special variety. It must be remembered that this zone is in a higher vibration than our earth realm, consequently everything is of a much more refined nature than anything that we find here. So in comparison with our earth realm, all is so much more beautiful, all is more ideal, more spiritual. The first gradation of this zone might be compared with the highest in this expression of life. There are however a few exceptions, and such souls have evolved higher degrees of consciousness and are attaining the knowledge of the 4th and 5th zones, and will gravitate to the 4th, when they make the transition called death. We must be very spiritual and unselfishly serve humanity and assimilate and thoroughly understand God's laws, ere we climb to the 4th zone. There are many brilliant, highly intellectual individuals, but very few are spiritual. They have developed their intellectual faculties but have not unfolded their soul senses and soul perceptions, hence they do not vibrate beyond the limitations of the physical senses, and their consciousness, which is the light of the soul, does not radiate and cannot penetrate beyond the veil which hides from view the higher realms. Hence they are not cognizant of that which exists beyond the material vibrations, which are like a screen that obstructs our view. There are few on this plane who have evolved their soul senses and soul perceptions, but cannot intelligently impart that which they feel. Eventually we must become balanced, and the advantages in the lower zones give us the opportunities of the fulfillment of that which was neglected, that we may attain this balance. We cannot know God and His laws through the intellect or the mind, we can only know God and His laws through the spirit or soul perception. God is spirit, and you are spirit, and you can only know Him in spirit. Being spiritual and being sanctimonious are two different things. Spirituality implies right living, right thinking, evolving the divine love within and unselfishly serving humanity regardless of color, race, or belief. The most of us are practicing churchianity instead of Christianity and sanctimony instead of spirituality, all of which create vibrations of their own which form a material garment around us. Then how could we gravitate to a world of soul whose atmosphere vibrates in higher octaves than those of our soul vibration? Or how could one whose soul is filled with the vibrations of lust, vice, jealousy, hatred, greed, egotism, and revenge exist even a day in an atmosphere of purity, justice, righteousness, and divine love? Absolutely impossible. All must become cleansed, purified, and educated, not educated in man-made laws, but in nature's laws, which are God's laws. In this third zone you will find temples of learning where all are educated along the lines that are necessary for the soul's unfoldment and our continuous progression. So essential are music, art, and the understanding of natural laws, that they are taught in every zone. The law of vibration, the law of evolution. The sciences or spiritual analogy, and like the child that must learn its ABC, we must gather the substance that will help us to build our foundation ere we are ready for the constructive flow of wisdom that awaits us in our ascension. We must be able to digest the milk ere we can expect to assimilate the cream. After having passed from the darkness of the first zone into the dawn of the second zone and from the dawn of the second into the light of the third, the dweller here is susceptible and conscious of the first touch of a spiritual atmosphere and enjoys the golden and direct rays of the same sun that lights the path for the traveler on the earth with all the beauties that nature displays. In this zone, the soul becomes quickened into an awakening of the many steps of ascension that lies before us. The newborn souls are like infants, they must be watched and taken care of. About the first thing that confronts you is the law of attraction. You will find yourself attracted to some distant scenery, which creates a strong desire to go there, but after your arrival, a sudden fear overcomes you and you wonder how you got there and how can I find my way back. The teacher in whose care you have been placed immediately senses your anxiety and comes to your rescue, teaching you that the same law which took you there will bring you back. The modus operandi is to create a desire through the power of your will to get back. Many times the friends or relatives from this earth realm are strongly thinking of those who have passed on. This powerful vibration attracts them back. All thoughts are vibrations, to those who are thinking of them, and again they find themselves attached to the friends and their environments by the power of their thought force. And as they do not yet understand the law, they do not know how to extricate themselves, and again the teacher comes to the rescue. Through such experiences they learn and realize the necessity of understanding the law that governs our being, the power of thought, the law of attraction, and how to master these vibrations and how to master themselves. Their coming and going cannot be prevented, it is a natural law, God's law, not man-made law, hence no one has yet been able to bar the way for the going and the coming, and this law has existed since the beginning of creation and will ever exist. If we understood natural laws, all superstition would vanish. All souls can and do return to this earth realm, at will, when they understand the law, but through attraction, so long as they do not understand the law, and this is caused by the thought sent out by those who are left on this earth realm. There are temples of learning in which the newborn souls are educated, they are taught how to protect themselves and the friends or relatives who attract them back into their atmosphere. They must learn the law of vibration and how to leave a beneficent uplifting influence with all whom they come in contact with. They must learn to realize the sacred privileges through God's laws and thus never to abuse them but always to use them for the benefit and uplift of other souls. They must learn to travel at will and are privileged to go anywhere they desire and wherever they choose. There is nothing whatever to hinder them from descending through the same path that was open for their going, but none can ascend to higher realms than their soul vibration attracts them. So all are limited in their ascension to the range of their vibration and chemical constituents of their soul, which constitutes their degree of unfoldment. These are facts which the finite mind must sometime realize. Whether we believe them or disbelieve them does not alter the fact. There are absolutely no exceptions and no favors shown in God's kingdom. His laws are immutable and unchangeable, and no man can change God's laws or his plan. So let us wake up and face this issue which concerns us all, and remember that if we go to the world of soul, or as Jesus the Nazarene says, his Father's mansions, then we surely can return in the same path through the same law. Death is but another event of life, a birth into another scene of action in a world where the activity is even greater than that on this earth realm. In this world, we prepare ourselves for something better than we have already attained. Evolution is a slow but sure process, and there are no breaks in the chain, always beginning in either expression just where we left off. We have built our own character, and this is what we take with us. We are today the sum total of all the past plus the present created through our thinking. This is what we call our character. It is this that we take with us, because it is a part of ourselves, in fact is our self. We change our garments and can overcome self, but we cannot loose ourselves or run away from ourselves. So we must gravitate to a place that is suitable for our habitation and which provides the conditions for the fulfillment of the next step in our life ere we can ascend to such heights where the requirements are such that we could not in our present state of unfoldment fulfill. God in his wisdom and through his divine love has arranged such places for us, so that every soul will share alike his blessings in the measure that they are adapted for them, and he has provided the opportunity to fit ourselves for the enjoyment of his blessings through his divine plan. And in the world of soul each in his own degree of consciousness, sings out his praises to the Lord in their temples of worship, each is conscious of his divine presence to the degree of his perception. The interaction of the ethereal world with this material world is as natural as day and night, as natural as life itself, for all are interlinked through the golden threads of divine love, and within these lie the power of attraction, and as we cannot get away from this power, we cannot separate the two worlds, and it is through this interaction that both worlds are sustained. This power grows stronger as we advance to higher degrees of consciousness, as then we have a clearer vision of the reality of our kinship with each other and everything in the universe, and with him who is the Father over all. Humanity must learn to realize that all the harm and danger that has ever manifested itself in either world has been directly caused through their thinking and has always been promulgated in the finite mind. These vibrations reach out to the world of soul, especially are the first, second and third zones affected by these thought vibrations, and within these thought vibrations lies the power of attraction, which no mortal mind can change except through your thinking. It is through your thinking that you attract all the disagreeable circumstances and the undesirable beings on this earth realm. It is through your thinking that you create all the agreeable and disagreeable circumstances and conditions of life. It is through your thinking that you attract agreeable or disagreeable conditions from the lower zones of the world of soul. It is through your thinking that you retard the growth of the exchumate souls in these lower belts. All the dangers and all the mistakes that have ever existed have come through our mortal minds. Every secret thought has its vibration and power of attraction, every scandal, vice, fraud, theft, and crime that you read about in your daily papers sends out a vibration of its own kind, and you attract to you of like quality, and if you become aware of its results you blame the world of soul or the disembodied souls whom you have attracted. In fact, drawn into your atmosphere and hold them there, just like the magnet that picks up the nail and hugs it close. So your thoughts are the magnetic power which attracts to you and holds to you either the good or the evil. Evil is only undeveloped good. If you wish to elevate yourself in this material world, then change your thinking. Elevate your thoughts. Refuse to waste your time reading news that create destructive vibrations, and determine to send forth the thoughts that produce constructive vibrations. As you send forth constructive vibrations, you not only elevate yourself, but you are educating and assisting the invisible beings all around you, and by we would not have a dark zone. These excarnate intelligences are only invisible because you are not attuned to their vibration. Just remember, every mortal, no matter what his degree of intelligence may be in the mortal body, he is of that same degree of consciousness, same degree of intelligence when he has left the physical body to function in his soul body. His memory, his power of activity is just as intense as it was while functioning in his mortal body. No one has ever yet been able to get away from the reality of these facts by denying them. Every mortal would be instrumental in clarifying and purifying the conditions of this earth realm, if we would face these facts with a clear conscience and be as careful of our secret thoughts and acts as we are of those which we voice. Then this earth would become fit for democracy, and justice and righteousness would prevail on this earth realm. None can abide on this earth realm definitely. All must make the change called death sometime. Any hour or any day may be your time to make the transition, and if you do not recognize God's law and His plan while encased in this physical body, you must face these facts when you pass from this scene of activity into the next. Absolutely nothing to prevent it. Therefore, let us be one to help uplift the world rather than retard its growth through our prejudices, our superstition, negligence, hypocrisy and egotism, and thus uplift ourselves, which would be a natural result. The reaction of our actions, which would broaden our vision, intensify our intuition and perception. The time is close at hand when the dark dense clouds which have hovered over the earth for so many years will gradually disappear, and humanity will see the light that radiates from a divine source, and those who are ready will absorb the wisdom that flows so freely from the heavenly kingdoms, as was the case in the days of the Atlanteans, who had direct communication with the dwellers of the heavenly and divine kingdoms, and these were the most highly advanced people of any who ever dwelled on this earth, whose records disappeared under the waves of the Atlantic Ocean but are preserved in the soul world. Just at this time more than ever before in the history of the world has it become necessary to arouse ourselves into a recognition of these facts, as we cannot hinder the millions of newborn souls who have been cast into the world of soul through this terrible war, through accidents, epidemics, fire, and other causes from coming back. They will be attracted here through their relatives and friends and other causes. We have nothing to fear, but it behooves us to send out the right vibrations, through the right thinking, and thus assist them and protect ourselves. Ignorance is the most deplorable condition in our world. Ignorance of God's laws has created egotism, selfishness, and all the mistakes that the human family has been guilty of. A few of the newborn souls who were cast out through the war have been placed in this zone, but not many. There is much need for education and spiritual uplift in the lower zones. Now let us wander out once more to investigate the different parts of this zone. As we stroll along, our attention is attracted to a lonely spot at the extreme point of the road from which we started. As we draw closer, our curiosity is aroused at the sight of the many souls standing on guard of a certain corner of this lonely, barren, uncultivated tract. On investigation we find here exists a colony of men who call themselves a brotherhood, consisting of about 3,000 men. These souls have been living here in darkness under the delusion that woman is the downfall of man, as you will find it so stated in portions of the scriptures, and that if man took unto himself a wife he could not enter the kingdom of heaven. These men were married, had their families while here on this mortal plane, and when they passed out of the physical body into the world of soul, they expected to find God and the heaven which had been indelibly imprinted upon their minds. When they did not find anything to correspond with what they were taught to expect, they concluded they were here in waiting because they had disobeyed God's law by marrying and connecting with woman, so they decided to keep away from woman the rest of their days. Woman could not come near them, they would not tolerate her in any way whatever. They settled in this lonely spot all by themselves. They built a little hut of one room, front porch, bare floors, board wall and ceiling. Each had a hut of their own. These were close together in rows with a narrow street between each row. Here they did their own cooking, attended to their own duties. Neither man nor woman could ever go near. Only those of the same faith and belief gravitated into that atmosphere. Their souls had become bitter through the chemicalization of their own thoughts and beliefs, and these vibrations saturated everything around them, even their food. This brotherhood has existed for hundreds of years in this zone, in that very spot, unmolested except by those who from time to time tried to show them the right way. This colony was guarded by their own kind, 3 and 4 rows deep all around, so that no one could enter except their own. They never ventured out of this enclosure, never investigated the surroundings or communicated with anyone, only their kind. From time to time the higher intelligences tried to gain admittance, tried to get a hearing that they might gain their confidence and thus awaken them out of their darkened conditions, never succeeding in their attempts. Finally, a few years ago, Dr. Sharp, the intelligence from the 7th zone, determined to show them the light and rouse them out of their lethargy. These souls from the 7th zone are brilliantly illuminated, radiating a most wonderful power. Their vibrations are an uplifting influence where'er they go. This powerful soul gained admittance, assuring them of God's wonderful plan of unfoldment and of His love and power manifested throughout nature as well as in the soul of man, and that if they will only tear asunder the veil of delusion that was hiding the realities of life from their view, they would be happier and would in time progress to the beautiful heavenly mansion from whence He came. Also assuring them of His assistance on their march of progression. As He left their midst, one went with Him to investigate, and then another and another, until in the course of a year the colony had disbanded and were on their way towards the eternal day. Things now presented themselves in their consciousness as never before, and they were on their way rejoicing, grateful and thankful for the awakening. Man, being the positive, aggressive, conquering element, lacks the finer qualities that woman possesses. She, being the conservative element, is naturally more refined. One could almost imagine the condition of mind these individuals possessed after living in seclusion these many years, never mingling even in thought with the finer vibrations. Just think how much these souls had to overcome after their awakening. This is only one example of the effects upon the soul of the misconceptions caused by the various erroneous teachings of the mortal mind. These ideas become indelibly impressed upon our consciousness and retard the growth of the soul for many years. As every action has its reaction, a great responsibility rests with those who promulgate the individualized and usually commercialized centers with their delusions. Now, as we extend our ramble back in another direction, towards the center of the city, we are thrilled with the most exquisite peals from the most beautiful chimes, whose vibrations penetrate every atom of our being, which quicken the soul into praises for the joy of these charming sweet vibrations. These are heard from day to day, ringing out far and wide, and many on this mortal plane have heard the echoes of these soft harmonious strains as they resound from this magnificent cathedral situated near the center of this city. As we recline upon the grass of some beautiful nook, or sit on the stone steps leading to a ravine below, or perhaps under the spreading branches of some beautiful tree with its white blossoms, the echo is heard coming from great distances like a divine message for the soul. In this zone, the teachers gather these vibrations, bottle them and preserve them for use as the conditions demand. All work here is done through vibrations and the law of vibration. In fact, nothing can be accomplished except through the right vibration. As we were strolling through the second zones, we found many churches for worship, and we had no trouble in finding one which harmonized with our special belief or our so-called science, or in fact any type of worship we desired. But ere we left the second zone, a clearer vision dawned upon our consciousness, and we no longer entertained beliefs. Within our soul had been kindled a desire for facts. We have discarded the dense garment that obstructed our vision, and as the veil of delusion has been lifted, we see ourselves and our requirements in a different light. So we are not surprised to find no churches here, as they are no longer a necessity. Our various beliefs are becoming unified through our experiences and education of facts as seen in nature, and as we are here receiving our first lessons in spiritual chemistry. It has a wonderful effect upon our dormant consciousness, and we feel no hesitancy in our new form of worship. In fact, it all seems so strange that we had not seen the light before. We are so joyful and thankful for the broader vision. How much more exhilarating and uplifting are the wonderful services conducted by masters of wisdom in this zone, whose spiritual analogy is so simplified that all may absorb its facts, and their praises to the Lord are so effectual that the soul longs for these vibrations and longs to be awakened into still higher degrees of consciousness. When we once get a full taste of these vibrations that are the elixir of life, we anxiously await our turn to enter the temples of learning for our instructions. We anxiously wait to be in the presence of these divine masters and teachers whose illumination and flow of knowledge is a great uplift. Their tender kindly interest with the divine love that radiates from their soul permeates these temples, and all who enter here realize in a greater degree God's wisdom. In this zone you will find the first library, as in the second zone we had only reading rooms. Here we have a library of many thousand volumes upon various subjects, treating of the elementary substance in every branch and along every line, as it must be remembered here we are just beginning to assimilate spiritual food. Our methods and requirements of education of the earth realm are not altogether conducive for soul unfoldment. Since natural laws confront us in every direction in the ethereal world, our education must begin along these lines. Among the books which you will find in this library will be such as will reveal the language of the flowers, the silent thinkers. Each has a language of its own radiating its own vibrations. Here the teachers will take you out where there are fields of flowers and teach you how to paint them in your own color vibrations. Here you learn that you vibrate with the flowers and that you are radiating your own particular color or shade. As you take notice of the leaves and petals, you will find God's sacred numbers expressed in the various kinds. The ancient mystics called them sacred numbers. You will come in contact with many who are well advanced in the various arts as dwellers of this zone. You will note their artistic temperament in their attire and mode of living. You can immediately distinguish an artist from any other class of intelligences. In their ordinary requirements, the dwellers of this zone dress very much as our well-groomed people do here, dressing in the colors and styles suited to their individual tastes. If you were invited into their beautiful art building you might sit for hours and hours looking at the wonderful productions, many of which have been handed down to this earth. Here you will find scenery from the higher zones which were painted by the masters in the fifth zone. Most wonderful pictures of noted personages, masterpieces of the various messiahs, statuary in full form and busts of various artists, poets, scientists and philosophers. There are various apartments in this building and all art is classified according to the degree of perfection. All of these exhibitions are to prepare the mind for that which will in time be unfolded and for that which they will meet as they enter into higher and higher conditions of life or degrees of unfoldment. This gives them some conception of the sublime beauties of the heavenly kingdoms beyond, informing their minds of the wonderful souls who preceded them in their journey through this world of soul and who have prepared the way and thus have lightened their path. As we take a trip to some of the mountains, we find many indentations in the sides of the mountains where the soil and rock has broken away and the river beds or streams have changed their course, some entirely dried up, all caused by the many convulsions of this planet. And as you row along in their boats or sit on the banks of their lakes and streams you may find amusement in watching the fish of various kinds, but these are not caught and used. No life is molested in the world of soul, you could not destroy them. All animals in these zones are a necessity, they are the outburst of these vibrations. All animals gravitate to a center of their own where in due time they will again manifest in other forms. On a very attractive elevation you will see a large white structure beautifully surrounded with flowers of various kinds. Roses, violets, lilies of the valley in great profusion and other kinds and varieties. In this temple are rooms fitted up for various conditions which the human family are heir to. For instance, if you are suffering from exhaustion you can be brought here where you would be placed in a room of a solid mass of roses, exquisite pink roses. This beautiful structure is called the Temple of Hope. Here your spirit absorbs the vibrations which are aglow with life, in fact, are life itself. You absorb these like a sponge until your soul has become quickened with its recuperative power. These roses will never wilt or die, but are always fresh and alive, radiating their aroma and vibration. Many mortals have been brought here and cured, then returned to function in their physical body. Some have been conscious of this treatment, others never know what cured them. One room is fitted up in the same way in violets. There are various apartments or rooms fitted up for the various conditions. The essence or aroma of these flowers are a magical healing balm. In another attractive spot in the center of a beautiful grove is a temple for worship with wings built on either side, a porch and steps leading up this porch. These wings on the side are fitted up with apartments for healing. This temple was built for the purpose of relieving the unfortunate who meet with accidents on this earth, and who will continue to function in their physical body. The spirit is brought here and carefully placed on a couch where it is treated by the best healers in the world of soul. These healers are intelligences who have progressed to higher realms but descend to this zone to relieve and care for the individuals who are brought here. Only those who will return to this earth to again function in their physical body can be taken to this temple. After they have been treated, they pass through a door that leads onto a platform that is in the center of this hall, which is used for worship. Here on such occasions many intelligences flock to greet the mortal who was healed in their healing apartment. It is a rare occurrence for the disembodied souls to be privileged to greet an individual who visits this realm, as comparatively few are brought here. While there are many on the earth who are conscious of the presence of the disembodied and are sufficiently unfolded to see the thousands of souls who are constantly traveling back and forth. This temple is called the Temple of Mercy. Then we find here another temple where those who have made the change called death are taken to be treated. These are individuals who have suffered for many years and suffered much, which has left its effects upon the soul. This temple is called the Temple of Life. Such must be treated ere they can be active in this world of soul where the activity is so intense. So here they are tenderly taken care of and the shattered aura is quickened into perfect equilibrium. Then after your first spiritual bath you are ready to pick up the threads and start where you left off when you left the physical body. If on this mortal plane you are a student of natural law, seeking to evolve higher degrees of consciousness, learning the power of thought, the law of attraction and the law of vibration, not for any selfish purpose but for the uplift of the soul and those whom you come in contact with, if you have come to a realization of these facts, you will be eligible for this third zone and will find your name registered in the registration room in this beautiful cathedral. When you make the change called death or are born into the world of soul, you will not be a stranger in a strange land, but will be tenderly and kindly greeted by the teachers and helpers of this zone. Such is the law as carried out in the world of soul. With the foregoing before us, you can readily see that all who make the effort to live a spiritual life, evolving the attributes of the soul while yet in the physical body, are preparing themselves for higher and better conditions in the ethereal world. The weary traveler now beholds the rising glory of the sun, which ne'er again can cast its shadow along his path in any rung. The songs of praise reverberate from every living tongue, who now in joyful harmony send forth their melody in song. The weary traveler now beholds the wisdom in our Father's plan, and hasten to ascend beyond the realm, where he can see the marks of time that left their imprint on his soul vanish as the light within begins to shine, gradually revealing facts untold, as he the ladder does climb. The fourth zone, the musical belt of the ethereal world, 300,000 miles from our earth realm. O Fatherhood, O Motherhood, thou who art the essence of all life and light, lead us and enlighten us that we may know the work that is destined for us in this life's journey of hidden mysteries, and grant that in all we think and do we may radiate a power for good. A power to uplift mankind into a consciousness of thy being, into a realization of our at-oneness with thee. When you have become eligible to enter this zone, about the first thing that you indulge in is a spiritual bath. Such a thing is not known on this earth. Between the fourth and the fifth zone is a beautiful lake whose surface is so smooth that its reflections are like that of a perfect mirror. This lake has most wonderful medicinal properties, and here you are taken for a plunge in this marvelous lake whose medicinal properties dissolve or cause the coarse low material vibrations which are like black cobwebs hanging to the soul to slew off. These cobwebs, wrinkles and sharp lines which impress themselves on our features are caused by our thinking, our emotions and actions. In other words, our thoughts, acts and deeds are registered in the soul and leave their imprint upon the physical body. After you have taken your bath in this magical lake and see yourself reflected in its mirror, you do not recognize yourself as you now stand here in the full bloom of youth. Your wrinkles, your strong lines, your scars or defects of any kind are all gone. Your soul has been cleansed of a cloudy garment of cobwebs, the material vibrations of your own creation. Now one more burden has been lifted from your being. You feel lighter, freer, your countenance now portrays a smile of satisfaction. Your soul can now radiate its light as never before. Your vision is clearer as another veil has been lifted, or some of the obstructions have been removed, enabling you to now perceive that which was hidden from view by these dense material vibrations around you. You now bow in submission and meekness, quickened with divine love, ready to continue your journey of ascension. Here we have for consideration 4 very important features. This is the first zone in which we find the children. Second, it is a great musical belt where many compositions are written. Where every soul learns that he vibrates with a certain key in the musical scale, that certain rates of vibrations have already been unfolded from within. He learns to know his real place in nature, to what he is attuned and why he is so attuned, and how to attune himself to still higher rates of vibration. This in itself is a most marvelous revelation. He sees the vibrations with its colors and analyzes their chemical constituents. Here he sees the possibility of the chemist becoming an alchemist, and ere he leaves this wonderful belt for the next in the scale of ascension, he will have transmuted many of the grosser elements of his own nature into the purer qualities or higher vibrations. The third important point is the great temple of healing, where the advanced souls gather and in unison send forth their healing vibrations to this earth realm. What our world designates as the noon hour on this earth realm, which of course varies in different localities at the time when the sun is in its highest meridian. The teachers and masters of this sphere and from the higher zones gather here to concentrate and send forth the healing vibrations. If you will relax completely at this time, sending forth your prayer, and then in the silence permit the vibrations to flow into your being, you will find most wonderful help, not only physically, but otherwise. You will absorb these vibrations consciously or unconsciously if you will go into the silence and relax. And if you persist in the regularity of making the conditions, you will by and by consciously perceive them and realize their wonderful effects, or marvelous manifestations. Of course, the more you attune yourself to these vibrations, the quicker and greater are the results. Here you find temples where spirits are healed. Many cases of severe suffering, caused by extreme cruelty or severe shocks of various kinds which have shattered the soul, or cases of extreme sufferings from disappointments or trials and heartaches, or unjust persecutions, all of which have affected the soul's equilibrium. Such are very tenderly taken care of and the healing balm administered in this temple. The finite mind could not comprehend these effects on the soul, however, such cases are overcome here in this sacred temple of healing, so that the soul can go on and pick up the thread and continue its progression. These treatments are such that the intelligence wholly forgets for the time being the conditions which so shattered their equilibrium. In speaking of spirits here we mean the intelligence or disembodied individual. The fourth most wonderful feature is the electrical building, which is a school where they are taught how to use electricity. They are taught how to equip the different zones with electric wires which they use as a commodity for traveling. They travel along these electric wires from place to place, just as we travel in our street cars or railway trains. There is absolutely nothing on this earth realm analogous to their batteries and mode of traveling, therefore to the undeveloped it will be very hard to perceive the many ways in which they use these electrical currents or wires. They are taught here how to assist the embodied souls on this earth realm, not only how to impart knowledge to those who are capable of receiving it and assimilating it, but also to guide them or steer them aright. Many people on this earth realm get these strong impressions and they call them hunches, but they have not the least conception how they receive them. They could not even realize that an embodied soul is never alone. They could not even realize the possibility of any assistance coming from an unseen intelligence. There is a class of people who are so superstitious that they claim it is dangerous, but these have never yet found a way of overthrowing God's laws. They do not realize that each is dependent upon the other and that all danger lies within themselves. These intelligences are taught how to protect us and how to aid us in many various ways, if we are ready for assistance and if we desire to be uplifted. It is through our desires that we attract these beneficent intelligences, those who know and understand the law. When we go into the silence for prayer, for concentration and meditation, this work of attaching electrical cords to us is done, or ofttimes while we are asleep, which enables those who come to us as teachers and helpers to sense our every thought, our every need. These commodities enable them to more conveniently and more effectively be of assistance to us. That is one of the secrets that causes individuals to grow very rapidly and be more successful. They are also taught how to build a protecting influence around us, by disintegrating harmful, destructive vibrations and building constructive, helpful vibrations around us so that you are more capable of attracting to yourself the better, higher things of life, which are more conducive for soul unfoldment and progression. As the helpful better things of life can only be accomplished through the right vibrations. On this earth realm, when we talk through the receiver of the telephone, the vibration travels along the wires, reaching the one at the other end of the line. So in thought transference the vibration travels along the electric wires of the human system, which are the nerve currents, to the brain, which is the central station or the receiver. Whether the thought is sent out from the disembodied souls in these zones or from those in the body on this earth realm, if you are in tune with that vibration you receive it as distinctly as you do the sound over the telephone. The modus operandi of communicating with souls in either realm of life is thought transference. Sympathy is the link that connects mind with mind. Thought is a vibration. Every vibration has its chemical constituents and its color, its rate of vibration which designates its quality. Again, all our thoughts, our feelings, our actions and our deeds are registered in the soul, and these vibrations are the fabric which forms the garment of the spirit. Each spirit emits a light more or less intense, and every spirit is conscious of an aural atmosphere emanating from itself. The advanced souls can readily read every secret act of the lower. The aural brightness of the higher hides the state of the soul, while those who are existing in the same vibration are not conscious of each other's lives, so they can reveal to each other the secrets of their life if they choose, or keep their secrets to themselves. In the lower zones the conditions of the soul stand out clear and distinct, and is easily read, or deciphered. As we ascend higher we find improved means of communicating and imparting ideas and registering them. Their batteries of thought connect with kindred thoughts in other homes, and in this manner they absorb knowledge from the intelligences in the still higher zones. In this belt are found many temples of learning where the souls congregate for instructions and listen to the flow of wisdom from these highly evolved intelligences. Masters and apostles descend to this belt, and on such occasions the dwellers flock by the thousands to learn from their wisdom and feel their divine presence. Every zone has its rulers and its teachers, and masters, each having their duties. The activity as you see from the foregoing is quite different from that of the second and third zones. Here we are gathering knowledge, assimilating same and demonstrating to the degree that we have accumulated knowledge and experiences through our present state of unfoldment. In the temples of learning they teach many things pertaining to life, its purpose, the innate possibilities of the soul, the construction of the universe and its relationship to man, man's spiritual unfoldment and how to use the power of spirit to make it most effectual among men. There are many apartments where the different topics are discussed by the different teachers. Spiritual analogy is one of the important topics in this and the higher zones, and receives much consideration. In their house of justice they assemble to hold conference pertaining to various problems regarding this zone and the general events and happenings of this earth realm, and means and ways to uplift this crude world are always discussed for the betterment of human affairs and conditions in the spirit of democracy, that justice, righteousness, and the brotherhood of man may be brought about. All reforms are first promulgated and established in the world of soul. Here in this fourth zone many are started, then taken to the fifth zone, then to the very highest center, where the final decision is perfected if agreed upon by the Holy of Holies. Then the work is carried out by those intelligences who are capable of handling the problem. If you could project your consciousness beyond the realm or boundary line of the physical senses, you could see how many problems are being worked out by the unseen intelligences in the world of soul. There are many temples with their halls for lectures on various subjects, given by various individuals, and these halls have their platform, and on this platform many distinguished personages are seen. There is a registration room where you are registered by the teachers, your state of progression, your soul unfoldment, and this is passed on to the next zone where it will appear before the teachers of that zone. One apartment in the Temple of Learning is devoted to the educations of the foreign spirits. No distinction is made. All, regardless of nationality, are carefully educated, and all have the same advantages, all must travel the same route through the soul world of this planet. In the lower zones all were carefully assisted and guided by the teacher. Here you must recognize the power within your own soul and put it into practice, thus building a foundation for yourself which will enable you to master all obstacles instead of being controlled by them. At this elevation they are not subjected to the noise and commotion of this planet or neighboring planet, hence they do not need the shelter and protection of their houses. So regardless of these beautiful structures whose foundations are inlaid with jewels and gems and whose spacious apartments are furnished so beautifully and so complete, they use them very little, living outdoors with nature most of the time. These homes are of stone and some few of wood. All here have their spacious music room, a room for concentration and soul communion. Here the trees, perennials, shrubbery, vines, ferns and flowers are of different varieties. Among them are seen the beautiful ivy geranium, gladiolus, carnations, hibiscus rosea, tulips, tree peony coreopsis, German lilacs, roses, gloxinia, orchis spectabilis, and many other beautiful flowers. Here we find no animals. Many charming wonderful birds are seen and heard in this great belt. The moon is between the third and fourth zones, so here we are next to the moon and its chemical conditions. The moon being electric, its effects are much milder on the dwellers of this zone. As we gravitate to this belt we find ourselves 300,000 miles from this earth realm, which was at one time our home or abiding place. Again, after traveling back in mind to the dark dense belt we call the first zone, and out of this darkness into the dawn of the second belt, then from the dawn into the light of our day into the third, and then find ourselves among the beauties and glories of this fourth zone, where we are surrounded in a light of pale yellow that alone is an inspiration and a sensation that the finite mind functioning amid the gross vibrations of this earth realm in a gross physical body cannot fathom, because it cannot realize the great difference in the rate of vibration to which we are now attuned. In this earth realm many are assuming the positive attitudes of mind, thinking they are growing in power. They do not understand that the power lies within the spirit and not in the mind. The mind must be brought under subjection of the spirit or ego, wherein lie the possibilities and potentialities of our being. As you control your mind through the right thinking you gradually purify the atmosphere of your soul and kindle the light within through thoughts of kindness and unselfish service and goodwill to your fellow man. To the extent that you have accomplished this will be the degree of your unfoldment. We must first awaken through the right thinking ere the light of the ego or spirit becomes kindled into a burning flame, for it has been dormant and veiled with dense gross material vibrations. So when this garment of your soul is saturated with passion, lust, greed, jealousy, deceit, hypocrisy, malice, revenge and selfishness, which we might say is the worst of all. As it is a combination of the other elements and is the binding force, how can the light of your soul shine when your consciousness is dimmed with these reflections, which all come through the mind reaching out through the physical senses, causing that intense feeling of egotism? As you change your thoughts from destructive dense vibrations into constructive higher vibrations, your garment assumes a different hue, a different quality of finer vibrations, and at the same time the dim light is being kindled into a burning flame. And as you reach out away from selfish desires, your consciousness will expand and the light grow brighter. Now as you have reached the heights of this fourth zone you are becoming illumined, radiating a more powerful, much brighter light. And after advancing through the 7 gradations of this zone you will have accomplished your efforts to overcome the desires of the mind for self. You will have subdued the intense selfishness, egotism, hatred, jealousy, unjust criticism and prejudices, and have transmuted these elements into tolerance, charity, sympathy and loving service. All of this must be accomplished in this zone ere you can radiate an atmosphere of divine love for all humanity. Indeed, you are here awakened to the fact that all are mistakes. Delusions and errors and egotism caused by the blind impulses of the mind must be wholly outgrown or overcome, and our aura must become cleansed ere we can vibrate with the heavenly conditions in the next zone which awaits us. Here we can see that all the petty details of our life reveal a divine purpose, and that within the center of our being lies the power to overcome and conquer self, the power to harmonize all warring elements which dissipate our energy, and the power to unify our impulses and desires with the divine purpose, that our thoughts and deeds may unite with the internal harmony and find their completion in service and divine love. So here we begin to practice self-restraint. We must attain the power and absolute control and become master over self. So all fear, all selfishness, egotism, hatred and jealousy must become transmuted into courage, kindness, tolerance, sympathy and service, that we may have the power to render service through love for all mankind regardless of race or color. In both worlds, we are unhappy, discontented, and in misery because we allow ourselves to become creatures of self-selfishness. The self, which is the creation of the physical sensations, reflects no light. Selfishness creates a vibration which contracts the power of spirit. When we practice selfishness, we become narrow, shrivel up, we become unyielding, stubborn, and are blind to the infinite spirit that is all around us and within us. A selfish individual is always loud with its own clamor and creates a boundary wall which imprisons the soul, shutting out the ever-flowing, unlimited currents vibrant with divine life that flow from the world of soul or God's divine kingdoms. Neither can the light of your own soul radiate its power until you break the bonds of self and expand your consciousness into the universal. We cannot raise ourselves above certain vibrations until we reach out beyond selfish desires and recognize our at-one-ment with the universal spirit, rendering unselfish service when and wherever we can. The end of self begins when we seek to serve God through divine love which is universal. The only way you can serve God is by serving man. Whatever you do unto the least of his creatures you do unto him, and this is serving God. Faith without work brings no results. Here the soul cries out, Thou infinite divine source of all light and life, reveal thyself in me. This is the beginning of learning to know self and how to conquer self. We must become self-reliant, stand upon our merits and manifest this poise through our works, through serving humanity, evolving the power within, gathering and assimilating knowledge through our experiences, and stand the test through the various obstacles that confront us. There is no way of covering up or hiding your degree of unfoldment, all stand face to face with facts. You not only serve those in the world of soul, but those who are still struggling blindly through their physical bodies, drifting with the tide and thus being servants instead of masters over their condition and environment. Here we learn the fact that we are creators and that we have created our own environments, our own conditions unconsciously. Now you are taught how you can consciously create that which you will, and how you can become master over the vibrations you have created that have been such obstacles. How to control the elements of nature instead of being swayed by them. Not only this, but you must learn to control the vibratory waves that you contact with in coming back to this earth realm through the lower belts. As the soul becomes more ethereal, these lower vibrations have their effect. It is to them like going into a damp, musty cellar, so here they are taught how to robe themselves before wandering out into these vibrations. On this earth plane we clothe our physical bodies to protect them from the cold, dampness and other conditions, and similarly they must do here, protect themselves from the atmospheric currents, fogs and disturbances. So they are taught how to master these conditions. In this degree of unfoldment they are capable of demonstrating the power of spirit over matter to a certain extent. They can manifest certain degrees of life out of the unmanifested. For instance, take a wooden cane and turn it into a living reptile, or cause a plant to bloom, or a seed to grow almost at will. They are able to decipher conditions and vibratory waves as seen around individuals and in the universal ether. They are able to disintegrate destructive vibrations and produce constructive ones, bringing about harmony where discord reigns in the hearts of embodied souls. They are able to handle the elements of nature, go out into rain and wind storms in their aeroplanes and take with them an embodied soul who is capable of journeying in the soul body. They control their instrument, the soul they have taken in charge through the power of thought. Many times such experiences are so deeply impressed upon the mind so that when they again take possession of the physical body they will relate what a wonderful dream they have had. Not realizing it was only one of the natural experiences of the soul. It must be remembered all leave the physical body in sleep, but the majority cling so close to their environments or friends and family. Being so closely bound to material vibrations or material interests, their consciousness has not expanded, they have not reached out into the universal. The light of their soul has not been kindled. They wear white robes in their temples of learning and their festivities and other occasions, but for sightseeing, for their rambles and pleasures they dress to suit their own taste in their own unique fashion in the colors they desire. Many knee trousers, swallow-tail coats and sandals are worn by the artists or the distinguished characters. The ladies wear dainty afternoon gowns in their own colors or suitable dresses for outings and rambles. In the cathedral the masters place before you a tray of jewels and gems from which you have the privilege of selecting your choice. This is taken by the teacher to the fifth zone in the temple of love where you will find this gem. Every stone, every jewel has its own vibration and the soul naturally reaches out for that which harmonizes with its own vibratory currents. It is to be hoped that you will choose wisely, for through this your life is read and you will be placed accordingly. We pass from school to school, from gradation to gradation, getting our own experiences. Stand the tests and trials of this zone and the teachers are the judges who know whether you are qualified to pass on and are eligible for the next step. This is the first zone in which you must stand on your own merits of self-reliance. You must become self-sufficient and demonstrate the power of spirit. We have come to a realization that we are an epitome of nature and that spirit is the electric vibrator and motor of the soul. A spark from the infinite which is found in all nature, in the plant, the flower, the animal as well as in the suns and planets. You are all familiar with the fact that vibration or motion is manifested throughout the universe, everything moves, vibrates and circles, nothing is at rest. From the electrons, ions or corpuscles which compose the atom to the planets, the suns as well as in man's spirit is the electric vibrator or motor in everything. Matter and spirit are the two poles of the same essence. The difference between the material and ethereal worlds is in degree of vibration. The difference between the physical body and our soul body is in degrees of vibration. The difference between the lower zones and the higher heavenly zones is in degrees of vibration. The difference between the soul body of those intelligences who inhabit the lower zones and those who dwell in the celestial heavens is in quality of substance and degrees of vibration. With these facts before us you readily perceive that there is no spirit without matter, and that the substance of the lower zones is a denser form of matter in a lower rate of vibration. The soul body that harmonizes with this zone is of the same dense substance and of the same low vibration. Ether is matter in a higher rata of vibration. As we ascend each zone represents higher rates of vibration of the same etheric substance, hence as we climb the ladder of life we enter into higher and higher rates of vibration and the soul of these intelligences inhabiting these various zones always harmonize with the rate of vibration and its chemical constituents. Here the dwellers mingle closely with nature where they can absorb the aroma of the flowers, who are the silent thinkers, the atomers, the life itself. They know better than man how to draw to themselves and how to absorb the chemical conditions necessary for their sustenance and unfoldment. While man absorbs from them as well as from the chemical conditions of the atmosphere. As we ascend in the scale of life from the lower realms to the higher heavens in this ethereal world our soul body becomes more and more porous and more ethereal, vibrating in harmony with each zone. It seems as if every pore is like a mouth which absorbs from its environments. So here the intelligences subsist through the spiritual law of assimilation. No longer is food a necessity as was the case in the lower zones. Delicious fruits are found here and they partake of the juices if they desire. The fourth important point for consideration is the children. Their souls have not become contaminated with earth vibrations, so they are attuned to the lofty atmosphere of the fourth zone, and this is the first zone that is sufficiently purified for these precious sacred souls which are brought here by relatives or friends, and here they grow to maturity and are educated and lovingly taken care of. Every desire that is best for them is granted, they are carefully watched and studied and trained, giving them every opportunity to develop the qualities most dominant in their nature. Children absorb and digest knowledge in the soul world much more rapidly than do the older individuals, for two reasons. First, because they have not yet enveloped themselves with the gross material vibrations of this earth realm. Second, because their minds have not been filled with the mistakes, the errors and delusions taught on this mundane sphere, hence they do not have to outgrow such impressions. Their minds are pure and free, and their soul is like a sponge ready to absorb all that they come in contact with. Wonderful festivals and entertainments are given by the teachers for the benefit and amusement of the children. They have their various amusements and games. One of the beautiful numbers of their festivities is what we here would call the maypole dance, to see these little tots with their gauzy sweet dresses and wreaths of flowers twining in and out in various rhythmic movements as each has a hold of its own colored ribbon which streams from the center of the pole is a most charming beautiful sight. Many children so much miss their parents that it is difficult at first to soothe and pacify and satisfy them. Many times the teachers in whose care they have been placed bring them back here to the parents, and as the parents are not cognizant of their presence, their grief is almost uncontrollable for a time, as they cannot understand why the parents do not talk to them or recognize them. So they must be carefully treated and amused in various ways, so that they will overcome the intense desire to hover near the parents. You will find a most beautiful home here for the children, where they are taught music, painting and nature's laws, which they grasp much more readily than they would if they were functioning in their physical body. They are taught the law of vibration through the flowers which they gather. They are taught that every individual responds to a certain keynote in the scale of music. Vocal and instrumental music which is in harmony with this sphere is taught to these little ones. Many times when they have their festivities in the higher zones, the children are permitted to visit these with their teachers and indulge in the festivities. They are taken out to various localities that they may learn of the beauties of nature. Their inquiring minds reveal their state of growth and degree of consciousness. They grow so very beautiful in the world of soul and always retain that youthful appearance. They make the journey through this world of soul in much shorter space of time than those who lived out their earthly career. It is a most charming sight to see the children in the forests, in the parks or in their gardens, in their festivities or in the schools. Carefully they are educated and taken care of, as they are so sacred unto God. There are beautiful homes here for the little motherless waifs, and these too progress very rapidly and grow so beautifully. They go back and forth to this earth plane to get experience and knowledge of this material world. They excel in music and in their entertainments which the teachers arrange for them. They are provided with similar advantages as the children on the earth realm, that through these they will have similar earth experiences. They are taught to take active parts in these entertainments. They become illumined, purified souls of wisdom in a short space of time. In their attractive parks are many benches and comfy seats and cozy charming nooks where families and friends gather or sweethearts meet. In their parks and cities are found statuary of noted individuals. In the center of their parks are seen fountains surrounded by water lilies or pond lilies, begonias and ferns nearby, and here you are charmed by the sweet songsters and many other beautiful birds. There are so many beautiful mountains, cataracts, waterfalls, ravines, and rivulets and lakes in this wonderful zone. One of the most charming spots is the wonderful mountains from whence pour in graceful rhythm the Minnehaha Falls, a most beautiful nook known here as the old Indian hunting ground. This was the vision and the dream of the Indians' heaven. Here you will see the little canoe on the rivers and the boats on their lakes. The scenery here surpasses that of the third zone. All races, all nationalities are children of the one source, our Father, and unto him all are sacred and so very important and essential that he has so provided in his unselfish divine plan that all may return through the same route and progress to the same heights, growing nearer and nearer like unto God, regardless of what their conceptions of heaven were and regardless of their religious beliefs, regardless of their color and race. Here you will find an apartment in their temple of learning where the foreign spirits are educated, and many of these have had a better conception of heaven than we who have been expecting to find God sitting on a throne surrounded by his angels, playing on the golden harps. Many golden harps are seen in the world of soul, and these intelligences know how to manipulate this instrument so perfectly that the most exquisite strains of music may be heard. Beginning with the third zone, you will find as you travel through the world of soul that all is centralized, harmonized and organized in such a manner that all share the same privileges, the same advantages, the same blessings regardless of color or nationality. The lower grades and lower intelligences are always subservient to the higher, and in the various cycles of time all will fill the same place and evolve the same powers. Those who are administering today as teachers will sometime be angels or ruling angels and messiahs, and so on up the scale. While those who are being taught today will sometime be the teachers and on up the scale, while those who are serving as counselors and rulers have already served in their various steps of ascension sometime in some cycle. Such is God's law. No exceptions, no partialities, no respecter of persons. There are conditions and places provided for even the unruly until they become obedient unto God. While the dark souls must sometime awaken and see the light and progress into the divine realms and dwell in God's holy divine kingdoms and be participants of His divine eternal light. When you were ready to enter this zone, you had your spiritual bath in that wonderful lake and your outer garment that looked like black cobwebs, which were the material earthly vibrations that had been concentrated around you, which obstructed your soul vision, sloughed off, or in other words just dropped from your head to the ground. Now as you have passed through all the gradations of this fourth zone and are eligible for the fifth, which is the first holy heavenly zone, ere you can enter here you must again leave your outer garment. So your last mission and your last instructions are given in the holy temple of purification, and after you have come out of here the material garment drops to your feet, and again you can step out and away from it and enter into the first purified, harmonious holy heavenly atmosphere of this great heavenly zone or center, taking with you the blessing of divine love from the masters who so lovingly pointed the way. Throughout the world of soul a deep reverence and strong attachment grows between the teachers and the aspirants, which quickens into divine love, and they become inseparably cemented together. Thou messengers of light sublime! We are drinking at thy holy shrine. The sacred wisdom from thy lips entwine in rhythmic lore and truth divine. O lift our souls to heavenly shores, where blessings flow in numbers more than all the kingdoms here below. Thou messengers of light sublime, who assist us in our earthly climb, the scale of life ascend through time, from all eternity of the past, through kingdoms and plains at last, have reached the borders of heavenly shores, where love divine reigns forevermore. Thou messengers of light sublime, to thee we come with love divine, with reverential greetings bow, in holiness and with sacred vow. To thee, O Master, our love shall bind, throughout eternity and ever climb the heights thou hast reached through time. The fifth zone. The scholarly belt in the ethereal world. 350,000 miles from the earth realm. O fatherhood, O motherhood! The divine essence of all life and all light, breathe upon us thy spirit, breathe, illumine us with thy light, vivify us with thy life, purify us with thy love, and grant that in all we think and say we may more and more resemble thee. We have now reached the first heavenly holy zone in the ethereal world, the world of the soul. This zone is 50,000 miles from the border of the fourth zone onto the constellation Orion. This constellation has a blue sun, and the reflected light of this sun is the light of this zone, which is a pale blue. Here we are away from all the commotion and noises of this earth realm and quite removed from that of the neighboring planets. The dwellers wear the pale purple and the white robes designating their degree of unfoldment and intellectual attainment. These robes are worn in their festivities, in their places of worship, in their temples of learning, in their judicial courts, and on other special occasions. For ordinary use, gentlemen wear the customary attire that we see here in black or white or in full dress as the occasion may demand. The ladies are seen mostly in their white dresses for ordinary use and in their gowns of soft dainty textures, like our chiffons or laces, with their gorgeous jewels of diamonds, rubies, sapphires and many other beautiful jewels in the most unique designs, as for instance a bird stretched across the bosom, of diamonds inlaid with rubies bringing out the design. Arm bracelets, rings and hair ornaments are seen on these intelligences whose faces radiate the bloom of youth, and whose wisdom illumines the countenance that its radiation is not only seen, but felt, by all who contact with these heavenly souls. All are very fastidious in their attire, which must harmonize with the vibrations of this heavenly zone and be in keeping with the demand of the occasion. The traveler now breathes a sigh of relief, he has been cleansed from all animal tendencies and desires. He is now eligible and fit to abide in the first heavenly holy zone of God's kingdom where harmony, peace and love reign in every heart and harmonize with the atmosphere in this belt. None can enter here until all selfishness has been overcome and their consciousness has expanded. Reaching out into the universal to their degree of unfoldment, all discord, all hatred, all jealousy and all the animal tendencies that the human family is heir to have been wholly transmuted and regenerated into divine love and sympathy for all humanity. Sympathy is divine love put in action. When we have entered into the fifth zone we have reached a great step on our journey in our ascension and have accomplished many things to our satisfaction. Here the soul has not only reached a higher degree of consciousness, but its light radiates sufficient power to transmute all ignorance and egotism into knowledge and divine love. The five-leaf clover is symbolic of the many advantages for the scholarly pursuits in these conducive environments and the realization of the blessings and joy through its accumulations. From an intellectual standpoint this is one of the most interesting of all the zones of the ethereal world to the finite mind still encased in a physical structure on this earth realm. We have here two most important points for consideration. On this earth plane all our efforts are towards the accomplishment of everything for self. Self-praise, self-laudation, self-righteousness, self-success and prosperity, all for self. But here in the world of soul we must wholly overcome self and all our efforts must be devoted for the accomplishment of good for the sake of good for the uplift of all humanity. Every desire for self must be conquered. The greatest victory of the soul is the victory over self. Here in this zone the conquest of self to a certain degree must be accomplished ere they pass on to the sixth zone. Our responsibility in executing our powers of self-reliance began in the fourth zone and here we must become master to a much greater degree over all trials and experiences working out our salvation and rendering unselfish service to others in both realms of life. The higher always ministering to the lower is God's law. The interaction of the two worlds is one of the natural events of life. The two great points for consideration are the overcoming or conquest over self and the ability to absorb and digest the knowledge and wisdom that lies before us. For this is indeed a great center of knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge along every line has reached a high degree of perfection and at your disposal are the many libraries with their volumes upon volumes of information along every branch of science, literature, art, music, metaphysics, philosophy. You will find here some of the great chemists, astronomers, metaphysicians, poets, musicians, artists. The use of wireless and electricity have reached a high degree of perfection and is demonstrated in this zone. The soul in its present degree of unfoldment having been cleansed of all earthly vibrations is now in condition to absorb and digest the knowledge that lies before it. In these libraries you will find the original literature of all the ancient scriptures. The Vedas, our Bible, the sayings of Jesus of Nazareth our Christ, the correct copies of which we have never had, much having been omitted and much misinterpreted. Also the writings which were destroyed in the days of the Reformation at the Alexandrian Library. We find the works of Confucius, Euclid, Democritus, Ptolemy, Empedocles, Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato and many, many others. Here you will find the history of this planet with all its many convulsions and changes, the many continents that once were and are no more. The principal one of these is the one known to us as the Great Atlantis, where now rolls the mighty waves of the Atlantic Ocean. The downfall of this continent was witnessed by many intelligences who once functioned in a physical structure upon this earth realm at that time. The dwellers upon that wonderful continent had progressed far beyond the range of consciousness which the highest and best of us now enjoy. They were so highly evolved that they consciously received their wisdom from a still higher source, God's divine kingdom. The Egyptians, who ranged next in evolution, kept the records of the earth for many thousand years, traces of which are still visible in the pyramids of Egypt. They borrowed some of their truths from the Atlanteans. Egypt was one of the strongholds of this continent of the Atlantis, who ruled here for many 100,000 years, about 450,000. Sometime we, too, will reach the intellectual development and soul unfoldment which they had attained and still greater heights which await us. Many of the advanced souls have traveled out into distant realms to gather knowledge of other planets and other solar systems. They make explorations of our moon and the sun and return laden with knowledge and information. All of these trips have been planned by the masters who select groups of intelligences to take these journeys, then prepare the way. These are carefully watched, noted and written up, then placed in these libraries for the benefit of all. About 15 years ago a group of 12 highly evolved intelligences from the 6th and 7th zones and the first celestial kingdom started on a journey around our solar system, making a visit and a thorough investigation of all the planets within the radius of what we call our solar system. They were gone about 9 weeks. During this trip they gathered much information from the inhabitants of other planets, visiting every planet, taking cognizance of their mode of living, their environments and much other information regarding these planets. All of which has been recorded and placed in these libraries. On the outer edge of our solar system lies a planet which has not yet been observed or discovered by our astronomers. All such knowledge is handed down to the inhabitants of this earth realm, to those who are ready for it and can properly impart it to the world. If you could see the interest that prevails throughout this zone not only of the worlds that are but of the worlds that are yet to be, it would so fill your mind with enthusiasm and create such an intense desire to know, that you would place yourself in position to receive and indulge in this feast of wisdom that is yours for the asking if you are ready to digest it. Oh, how much time we waste in the petty things of this life and shut out all the opportunities of mingling with the enlightened souls of this zone and the still higher intelligences who are so filled with knowledge and wisdom who would and could give us so much correct information that would wipe out all errors and the conglomerate ideas which are given out as truths by the undeveloped souls who have not yet unfolded the higher perceptions and are not in position to know the difference between that which is a fact and that which is the outcome of individualized ideas or beliefs. In the world of soul we abide by nature's laws which are God's laws. If we would fill our minds with the facts as they flow from the higher realms it would cause us to more rapidly develop and become purer, and thus in radiating such lofty ideas and facts they would so permeate this earth realm that its influence would wipe out all prejudices, superstition, egotism and selfishness, and the kingdom of God would reign in the hearts of men here on earth as well as in this heavenly zone. But we are so blind and shut out the light that radiates from the world of soul through our fears, prejudices and superstition. So long as we are not acquainted with the world of soul and do not know of the many mansions in our Father's house, how could we realize that there are beings so high in the scale of life who have the power to guide and direct the birth of a new-born planet or regulate the affairs of men through their wisdom, always complying with the evolutionary scheme of God? Emerson told us that it is a long journey from the oyster to man, but the journey has been made. Let me remind you that it is a longer journey from the savage known as man to a civilized man and then to a Christ, but that journey too has been made, and still higher beings are found in God's divine kingdom. Many do not know what constitutes a Christ, and when we speak of Jesus of Nazareth they dispute the fact that such an intelligence ever existed in a physical form. They declare that all we know is only a symbol of the Christ principle within us. While the Christ principle dwells within each of us, nevertheless Jesus of Nazareth, our Christ, dwelt upon this earth in a physical body, and as we ascend to the higher zones into the celestial we will reveal the facts of his existence therein. That divine kingdom. After we have reached the 7th zone there you will have the power to look back into the book of your life and see the many steps which you have ascended, and turning your face upward you will see the many stairs that still lie before you which you have yet to climb. These reach out into realms too numerous for the finite mind in its present degree of consciousness to grasp or comprehend. In one of these numerous libraries in this zone you will find the book of your life whose pages you will have the privilege of perusing. No doubt with many of us we will find more on the debit side of the ledger than on the credit pages, but whatever our mistakes have been, we have eternity before us to fill in and balance the account. However, every wrong must be balanced by that which is right through unselfish service through divine love. Your life is not only registered from the time of your birth in this physical body but from the time of your leaving your heavenly abode, the fountain of bliss, to your birth, and from the birth of your physical body through this life and then your journey through the world of soul. As soon as you start your soul progression, whether it is while you are still functioning in the physical body or after you leave the physical body and gravitate to the soul realm, the same is registered in the world of soul in every zone, beginning with the third zone, as this is the first zone of light. The light of the second belt being like our twilight. As you function in the fifth zone, it seems as if you are in a world of wisdom where you can fill your soul to overflowing with any information along any line you may desire. Here you have the privilege and pleasure of mingling with genuine masters of art and music, masters of chemistry and electricity, masters of astronomy and philosophy. Some of the finest poets and writers are found here, and from a purely unselfish desire for the uplift of humanity they seek avenues where they can impart their knowledge. If we are attuned to their vibration, we can receive much that will benefit us and this world. Wireless communications can reach us from the world of soul just as distinctly and conveniently as the messages we receive over the telephone. You are the receiver, and if you are attuned to the sender or operator, you can at any time receive your message. In fact, our inspiration comes in this manner, but we who have not the soul senses evolved are not conscious of it. I will explain this in another book which will soon be in print on the laws of progression. You will find many telegraphic stations, wireless and otherwise, here in this zone. Some of them having been erected expressly for reaching the children of earth, and others for the purpose of communicating with souls in other parts of the realm of soul, and some are wholly for experimental stations while others are for private use. To keep in touch with the doings of this zone and other zones. Private stations are also found in the lower zones. There are a few private libraries which contain records of various kinds, but you have access to so many libraries, and much more than you can digest in one life is at your command and pleasure. Though you may never be an astronomer, a philosopher or chemist, yet in this present degree of unfoldment your desire to know is unsquelchable, for you have distinct glimpses and realizations that you are an epitome of nature, and as such you see within yourself the same essence and power that constitutes the suns, the stars and the planets, and that these are composed of the same elements, being bone of your bone and substance of your substance, which can now no longer hold you in abeyance. For you have reached the rung in the ladder of life where we have attained the power which enables you to master the elements instead of being enslaved by them. With this ever-present fact before you, your soul reaches out into the distant realms to explore and investigate their chemical constituents and proclivities to a greater degree, realizing that when you do this you will know yourself better, and as you get better acquainted with yourself you will draw closer to God and recognize your relationship and kinship with Him in a larger degree of consciousness. So here you will find many adepts and masters spending hours and hours with the telescope, spectroscope and other instruments not yet known here on the earth realm. You will find chemists experimenting in their laboratories, dissecting the atom or the ions and corpuscles of which it is composed, or concentrating them into groups, watching the results that the power of the will can manifest over them. They have a process for gathering the atoms that are floating in space sent forth by the various suns and planets, and these are carefully analyzed, but as yet the finite mind is too dormant to comprehend the workings of the finer forces of nature, which are so tangible to us in this world of soul. Chemistry has reached a high degree of perfection in this zone. Many astronomers work in unison with the chemists, and these join another class called astrologers, who fathom the interaction of the cosmic forces and their influence upon the evolution of conscious intelligences as well as that of this planet. The dwellers are taught how to control the elements intelligently and thereby to have the power to travel unhindered through the dense belts of this mundane sphere or out even beyond our solar system under all conditions. In the near future, when the disturbing elements of the present day have been squelched or eliminated and the constructive period is over, then the inhabitants of this world will enjoy advantages due to inventions and discoveries perfected in the soul. World which at the present time are not even thought of, and these will be handed down to such individuals as are adapted and capable in every way to perfect them for use here on this earth plane. This world must first be made ready and fit for such blessings and enjoyments as are awaiting their conscious appreciation of them, so that they will not ignorantly and maliciously play with God's privileges for commercial and individual graft. Instead of for universal use and benefits, and the sacred privilege and advancement of every individual. All of the inventions of the lower zones are brought here in this fifth zone for perfection, and these are tried out and thoroughly tested before they are considered ready for our earth realm. After this has been accomplished, they search for an individual who is sufficiently advanced and capable of receiving the message and imparting it to the world to its best advantage. Many times the individuals do not receive their impressions and inspiration perfectly, and as a result others must come along to improve upon their shortcomings, causing delay. In this world of soul has been perfected an instrument which will enable every individual to have direct communication with the dwellers of these various zones. This instrument will in the near future be found in nearly every home to the same extent that you now find the Victrola or the telephone. It will be considered one of the necessities and the greatest commodity and comfort, and a greater benefit than even our telephones and telegraphic systems are considered at the present time. For many years they have been waiting to give this to this material world, but the world must first be made fit for its benefits. This instrument will wipe out all superstition, all hindrances and obstructions that have been created by the ignorant of all the ages. The interaction of the two worlds is as natural as the interaction of the cosmic forces, and it is God's law which no human being can wipe out or change, so the sooner we educate ourselves to God's methods and comply with His plan and His laws, the quicker will the world get rid of the turmoil and suffering impinged upon all humanity throughout the ages of this planet, caused by working against God and His laws instead of working in harmony with Him and for Him. When you do what is just and right towards your brother man, regardless of his color or race or regardless of his degree of consciousness which reveals his plane of unfoldment, then you will work in harmony with God and His laws. Man's efforts have been wholly directed for self and selfish interests, and he has permitted nothing which he considered an obstacle to stand in his way to carry out his selfish plans, but the world will yet be cleansed and such barbarism and selfishness wiped out for the benefit of mankind. Then the inhabitants of this planet will work in unison for the advancement of the soul, realizing that if we seek the kingdom of God first, all else will be added. Then our methods of worship will change and a new religion will dawn upon the consciousness of man. He will see within himself the likeness unto God. He will feel his relationship with all nature and see the golden thread that binds all humanity in one continuous chain of life, each expressing an essential and important part in the whole scheme of God's handiwork. He will see himself as one of the links of this chain that would be wholly incomplete without him, so sacred, so essential, so important is every soul to God. The universe could not exist without even the minutest particle that flows to make up the whole. Then how much more sacred and important is that individualized conscious entity we call man. O thou infinite source and fountain of all life and light, all is of thine own creation, so lead us and help us to lift the veil that man may see thy sacred plan. Around the most central fountain of this zone is found the lotus flower, which is symbolic of divine motherhood, through which germination appeared and all existence are formed. The divine mother is expressed in all forms of nature, in the germination of all forms of existence. We must be endowed with divine wisdom to perceive the correct meaning of the manifestations of these higher kingdoms where all is symbolic of divine life. The Divine Mother is held with great reverence in the soul world and is found represented as the Madonna in the various temples of worship where she is looked upon as very sacred. In the higher zones God is worshipped as the fatherhood and motherhood of all life and all light. In ancient times everything was veiled in symbols. Science, art, astronomy, and no one could understand these symbols except those who had evolved the divine attributes of their being, as only such had perception or realization of these truths or facts. In the days when the Great Pyramid was constructed, across the shaft where the light falls from the central sun in the direction of Alcyon, all calculations were made. This pyramid was supposed to be in the exact center of this globe, our Earth. The light falling through this shaft was symbolic of the great central sun or light around which our solar system revolves and also all other solar systems. It was symbolic of the divine wisdom held in the angles of light where they meet our globe. The earth. The symbol of light is represented by the sun, germination by the lotus, the divine mother. In those days the truth was not veiled to keep the masses in ignorance but to protect them from temptations of misusing a law they could not understand or comprehend in their degree of unfoldment. These divine intelligences know better than we that the human family shifts very slowly in our own blindness, called our prejudices, has been our worst enemy, which all must sometime overcome. For nearly 2,000 years the human family have taken Christ's teachings either literally, figuratively, materially, in fact, from every conceivable viewpoint except in its true meaning, even denying he ever existed and functioned on this earth realm, and we have reaped the culmination of our thoughts and actions caused by our misconceptions, which Christ called the reaping of our sowing. Again I will remind you that in the world of soul thousands of angels gather together to decide upon the structure they desire to erect, and its minutest details are taken into consideration. And when all has been planned they in unison concentrate their power for the accomplishment of this structure, and their thoughts become objectified or manifest. In your ramble through this zone you will see a most imposing structure of white stone, not such as is found here. It is of a much smoother, finer texture, has the appearance of white chalk. This building is 7 stories high, occupies what we call a block. Sets on a very high elevation that overlooks the entire zone, surrounded by beautiful shrubbery, vines and flowers. Along the outer walls and pathway, and by a carpet of soft velvety grass, a narrow winding path perfectly clean and smooth leading to this wonderful sacred temple from the center of this city. On the side are many latticed arches and arbors covered with wisteria in purple and white, corresponding with the robes that are worn by the dwellers in this zone. Under these arches are reclining seats for rest and meditation, and while resting here you are attracted to the hyacinths, china lilies, calla lilies and heliotrope twining around the trellises, the jasmine and white roses. All the flowers in this zone are yellow, white and yellow-purple and wisteria shades and white. The inspiration from such a combination of flowers so perfectly matured with this exquisite temple and surroundings where you face a view of God's magnificent beauties displayed in nature is impossible to describe. This building is longer than wide with its 3 comers, the 4th being cut off into a semicircular opening, from which branched the entrance to many separate apartments on the various floors. Many steps of semicircular form increasing in dimension on the ground and graduating to the entrance of the door on the ground floor. In the center of the structure you will find a large room or hall where the dwellers gather for daily worship. In the center of this room is a fountain of water whose sprays are like the radiance of pure diamonds. A railing of pure gold separates the masters, who come here to teach, from the audience. In back of this railing is the platform on which gather masters, and in the center is an altar of pure gold from which are given the words of our great Master Jesus the Nazarene, known as the Christ. Ofttimes you will find on the platform of this gathering some of the apostles and other shining lights whose words of wisdom would baffle the ordinary intelligence. Also other distinguished characters are seen on the platform. The flowers surrounding this fountain of diamond sprays are of pure white, gold, light yellow and purple or wisteria shades. The gold represents the illumination of the soul and the purple the degree of wisdom. Here the dwellers receive the blessings, inspiration and wisdom from the higher intelligences which charges the very atmosphere with their holiness. The masters always wear their robes of white and gold. Everyone's degree of unfoldment and position is designated by the robes which they wear, as there are various masters of different degrees and rulership. There are many windows that are iridescent which emit the light like the sprays of water from that magnificent fountain. The tops of the windows are inlaid representing most beautiful scenery. The interior decorations all blend in the same delicate iridescent shades. Cupids and garlands of flowers painted in the most delicate tints are in back of the platform, which is shaped like an alcove. Pictures of Madonnas and Messiahs are painted in the most delicate tints on the walls, all of which is the work of some of the finest artists. Here you will find an orchestra and choir of the most high degree of musical perfection and are classed as genuine artists, such symphony and harmony could not be realized by the finite mind but is in tune with this zone. This exquisite structure is called the Temple of Love, which words are inscribed in letters of gold above the entrance doorway. The delicate pale blue light of this zone intermingling with these iridescent delicate shades throws a delicate HEW of palest lavender over all. Words are inadequate to describe this sublime beauty which charms the soul. In the fourth zone in the cathedral you had placed before you a tray of most precious jewels of every color and kind from which you selected your choice. This jewel was taken by the teacher to this zone and placed in the Temple of Love, where the masters read your life through its vibrations. The jewel we have selected has its own rate of vibration, and from this vibration the masters know our soul growth and our destiny. Here they judge us not to condemn us for our mistakes or to chastise us for the state of our growth or degree of consciousness we have attained, but to reveal to us that which we are best fitted for in either world. In our present pursuits in the soul world and in our work to render proficient service to humanity on this earth realm, and these are the instructions the intelligences follow to the letter, for they realize these masters have the wisdom to penetrate and reveal the law. In following these instructions it assists us in climbing the ladder of life, for we are about halfway on our journey through the soul world of this planet. We have 2 more heavenly zones and 2 more celestial heavens ere we enter the 3rd celestial heaven, which is the fountain of bliss and rest. Here we are properly placed according to our soul growth or degree of consciousness as we continue to function in the world of soul and at the same time render active service for the upliftment of those on the lower rungs on the ladder of life in both worlds. In this zone we have become united as one family having one purpose. United through divine love, the greatest dynamic power in the universe. United to serve God by uplifting His children, so in unison they work as God's messengers to accomplish many things for the benefit and uplift of the soul. This divine love is the link that binds all humanity. It is the light that illumines our soul, that consumes all selfishness, and is the power that transmutes all the discordant elements into harmony and peace. At last we are conscious of our unity with Him and feel the touch of His infinite breath. The curtain of self has been lifted and the veil is being torn asunder, and the soul is reaching out across the threshold to the infinite, for we realize that the light which now radiates from our being is one with the infinite divine source whose essence is divine love. Man's desires have been many, and madly he has run after the varied objects of this world, for here he thinks he has his life and fulfillment. Little does he know or ever think of the vastness of the life before him. This clannish selfish purpose has caused many conflicts and contradictions, unhappiness and discontent. But at last all the conflicts and contradictions of his life have become harmonized, and in unison they carry out God's grand plan through the spirit of divine love. Doing good for the sake of good, and to do good is in itself an act that creates happiness. Here they are not only happy, but peace and joy fills the soul. They know our sorrows and requirements, but they also know the outcome and purpose. They so thoroughly know God's law that they see His will in all there is. They know that in many cases our sorrows and trials soften the heart and chisel off the rough edges of our character, giving us greater poise, a firmer foundation, a broader view and a larger and more brilliant consciousness. Who has not felt the gentle breeze of hope wafted o'er his brow, or the soft touch of an unseen hand, or heard the whisper of some sweet voice, or seen an unexpected angelic face in the hours of our greatest need, our deepest sorrows? All to assure us that we are not alone, and that God in some way always provides for our needs through His messengers of light, if we but open the doors of our souls, to let the light flow in. This does not mean that we should grow to be dependent upon invisible helpers or forces. Not at all. Everything in the universe tends towards individualization, and at the same time nothing can be independent. Everything is dependent upon something else either directly or indirectly, and where there is mutual interaction of elements and forces, the divine purpose is carried forth in every plane or kingdom of life. The lower is always subservient to the higher, and the higher tends towards uplifting the lower. So it is with man. The dweller of this zone displays his individualized power, which he has attained through efforts, experiences, knowledge and unfoldment, conquering the elements of destruction and transmuting them into constructive forces, not only within himself but with all whom he comes in contact with. The influence tends toward strengthening the weak points of our character by bringing them into our consciousness and causing us to see ourselves as they see us and as we really are, and then point out the way for us to follow. It is our privilege to walk in that path or reject it. They do not live our life and we could not live theirs. They give us glimpses or visions of the right way. They cast reflections into our consciousness of that which is just, that which is good, then leave it to us to choose, and if we choose the right way, then they lend their power and force to boost us in that direction, clearing the path of all destructive forces and obstacles. This is only one way in which they answer our prayers for guidance and help, for God answers our prayer through His messengers. Numerous ways they have to do good for the uplift of the soul. Every prayer brings its answer, not always as we have asked for it, but in the way that is best for us. And as we look back into our lives we are able to discern how wise is that which we call divine providence, for the very things which seemed such a disappointment were the stepping stones towards something better, and our darkest and deepest trials are ofttimes the symbols of the brighter things which follow, and many times in spite of the apparent obstructions the light comes and shines in its fullness. In the world of soul, as we pass from zone to zone, we leave in every zone the outer garment through which we functioned in that zone. The soul now is of much finer substance and no longer needs food to sustain its being. The fourth zone was the first belt in which the dweller subsisted through the law of assimilation, and here our soul body is much more ethereal and more porous than the fourth. It is necessary that we remind you of this fact, that you will be able to comprehend the still finer states of our being as we proceed on our march of ascension. The activity in the world of soul is very intense. These intelligences are constantly doing good, answering the cries for help that reach the world of soul. It is because the finite mind cannot comprehend the infinite, and because the finite mind has not been educated to understand natural laws, that man is filled with doubt and fear, and the superstitious tendencies have not yet been wholly eliminated, and he does not even devote a moment of constructive thought to their ways and means or their possibilities. Hence how can he understand how they in the world of soul do constructive work for the benefit and uplift of the soul that still functions in a physical body on this earth realm? If you could comprehend their resources, their wisdom, their power, then you would lend an ear to their voice, devote a few moments of your time in thought of them. Nevertheless they reach those who are ready for their assistance. In the world of soul they are not encumbered with the limitations of a dense heavy physical body, and are free from all man-made laws and all material obstructions, hence can accomplish much. In these higher zones they have attained the power to disintegrate the crystallized vibrations of obstruction and destruction and centralize constructive vibrations that will produce conducive results for the betterment and uplift of the world. It must be remembered, however, that these manifest only to the extent that man himself becomes a conscious participant and is cognizant of the uplift or benefit derived. Any logical mind can fathom these facts. Why is it that whenever any soul in the physical body confronts some terrible crisis or danger, that his soul immediately becomes quickened with unusual strength and power? Did it ever occur to you that some unseen force or intelligence might be near? If your soul was sufficiently unfolded, or in other words, had reached a higher degree of consciousness, you would be in tune with what now is invisible, and the whole scheme would be visible to your consciousness as a clear unveiled reality. Man on this physical plane is so full of self-laudation that he likes to think that he has evolved all the power that manifests through himself. He does not realize that while he has the powers and potentialities within his soul of a Confucius, a Christ, a Shakespeare, and one might go on down the line to our present-day powerful souls, yet all of these have been quickened by higher intelligences. Not only that, but man on this earth realm is just entering the path that leads to wisdom and power. He is still on the lower rung on the ladder of life, and these intelligences who come to assist humanity have evolved to the higher rungs and have attained the wisdom and power which we have yet to accumulate. Even Christ was surrounded by still higher beings than himself, and said he could command the hosts of heaven to prevent his crucifixion, which he could have done. So it is unto all men. No one is ever alone. During this terrible war from the world of soul came the response for help, and many of the civilians and soldiers heard the voices and saw the light and came face to face with these illumined intelligences who hovered near amid the roar of cannon and strife. They guided and directed and assisted as best they could under the circumstances. Many heard the voices crying out, "Refuse to fight your brother man." This powerful influence modified many circumstances not generally known. The corruption that from time to time is being promulgated in various channels here on this earth realm is known in the world of soul long ere it manifests in this life. Our thoughts and intentions are registered from day to day in the universal ether, and they are able to see these culminate and bear fruit of its own kind. Much is modified and prevented, and much is allowed to bear its own fruit, as it is through such experiences that man awakens and then ripens into higher ideals. In the world of soul they require very little rest, so that the activity is almost incessant. The urge to do good is increasing, and in their steps of ascension they have learned to master their own inclinations and have turned their personal desires into universal interests and requirements and a universal love, so that in unison they send forth their power for the upliftment of human welfare in every direction to meet the demands and requirements of our present-day needs. Results are brought about as rapidly as the minds of the individuals on this earth realm absorb this vision and bend their efforts in the direction into which this divine influence leads them. The interaction of the ethereal and material world cannot be obstructed nor prevented. Regardless of the prejudices and superstition of the ages, the eternal power has flown into the various avenues through the various individuals, and in spite of the clamor of the clergy and the layman, God's work has gone on in His own good way, through His messengers of light, and will always continue to do so as it is so ordained through His law. Humanity cannot isolate or separate themselves into groups and willfully plot and plan against his brother man without reaping the result. Neither can they separate or isolate themselves from God's great plan. All must work in unison and in harmony with God and not against His law, that is His divine plan. So those who have advanced in the world of soul work in harmony with His plan by assisting and uplifting those who are on their journey, not to live their life, nor to dictate or hinder, but to beckon the soul onward, pointing the way and lending their force, that they will not linger by the wayside or tarry so long in the darkness. They reach those who are ready for assistance, that they may reach the objective point in their journey without so much suffering and delay. The human family is always assisted in both worlds by those who have progressed beyond the limitations of the lower belts into the higher scale of life, where the divine power of the soul could by its very touch transmute the lower into the higher. All in the world of soul obey the will of God, who carries forth His eternal scheme through the law of evolution, and all follow its dictations, which is God's plan. From time to time messiahs have embodied to show the way, but through the blind impulses and material tendencies prevailing, their mission and wisdom has always been misconstrued by the masses, and the few who were ready for guidance have profited and gone on to the heights where the blessings of God's wisdom awaited them. So while in the lower zones the intelligences worked faithfully to do good to lift themselves, here in this holy zone they abide by the higher law, and such thoughts have been wholly transmuted into perfect unselfishness, and the spirit of love is the urge that has quickened the soul through sympathy into action to do good for the sake of universal good. In their temples of learning much is imparted by the masters and apostles of still greater kingdoms, of still greater beings than themselves, of still greater heights to be attained, of still greater solar systems of worlds and still greater opportunities, and of still greater glories for the soul to behold and bask in its eternal light. Not only that, but we here learn through the masters the facts of still lower kingdoms. The lesser souls, the unruly, the dissatisfied, egotistical self-centered temperaments, who in their egotism think they could rule the world, establish laws and control the universe better than God and His angels, or His ruling angels, and His messiahs and all other lights combined. They want world dominion, and so they are given an opportunity to demonstrate their power of self-conceit, and such souls become dwellers on those fragments in our solar system known as the asteroids until such time as is necessary for their awakening and their conscious recognition of God's laws and His plan. There is no absolute perfection except in God, and there is no perfect harmony without a compromise, and this we find expressed in God's kingdom of our solar system. Here is found a comprise which takes care of the unruly, so that the perfect scale of ascension will be uninterrupted, without discord. Thus the path is uninterrupted in this world of soul around this planet, our Earth. All must travel the same path of gradual ascension through this country to fit themselves for the heavenly zones, and in the heavenly zones prepare for the celestial heavens, which are so much higher in the scale of life that the lower zones seem but a shadow in comparison. And in these glorious shores we prepare for our union. All of which will be given through the pages of Volume 2. While the homes in this zone are so sublimely beautiful, they have been constructed for privacy, as the dwellers use them very little. For here they live out of doors with nature most of the time, and for weeks and months leave their families and friends and sweethearts to retire to the mountains or the deserts for meditation and concentration, and to put into practice and into activity the power of their will, that they may demonstrate the power of spirit over matter in the degree of their present unfoldment, causing manifestation out of the unmanifested, producing certain degrees of life. Here you not only realize that you are a creator, but you demonstrate your power in this zone, and as the opportunities present themselves for the benefit and uplift of some soul, regardless of race, color, belief or creed, regardless of conditions, no matter how low in the scale of life that individual may be, the power of good is imparted for the uplift of that soul. This is the divine mission of those in the higher scale of life. They also realize that their power is yet in its infancy, for the light has just burst forth, having been dimmed in the past by the veil of materiality. In other words, through the vibrations of the crude animal tendencies of selfishness, egotism and mental emotions which the soul completely overcame and cast off, ere entering in this holy atmosphere the light of the soul could not radiate its power in the degree it now manifests. Many satisfactory results are accomplished in their work for the uplift of the soul, as they work in unison, and where there is union there is strength. Many souls in the ethereal world are dumbfounded and surprised beyond expression at the effects that the good unselfish works has upon their own being. The effects of the power of divine love cast upon some unfortunate soul and its reaction upon their own being. So marvelous, so intensely interesting, so unspeakably satisfying are these results that untiring are their efforts to accomplish good. They realize that they are messengers of God, and as they do unto the least they are doing unto Him. Their homes are constructed of stone inlaid with precious jewels and gems. The architecture is very unique, suited to their requirements and ideals. Every home has its rooms for concentration or soul communion, and its private rooms for rest. Many have their private libraries, music rooms, living rooms, reception rooms, and their porches. Most elegantly are these furnished, always in perfect harmony with their soul vibration, as every soul has its own special rate of vibration, and every vibration its color and shades. Their rest rooms require the greatest consideration. Much of their furniture is in gold inlaid with jewels and upholstered in very dainty, delicate shades, and much of it is found in white and gold, all very downy and soft. The homes are surrounded by vines, beautiful shrubbery, perennials and flowers. As you approach their homes you are attracted to the beautiful white statuary on the entrance of their home or on the front lawn amid beds of flowers such as centuries, iris, golden poppies, agapanus, purple orchid, gypsavilla and others. Here you will see the beautiful jacaranda tree. Trellises, latticed arbors entwined with roses and vines, all add to the artistic settings of these homes. Their magnificent trees spread their branches like a canopy, inviting the traveler to rest under its cozy nook. Art and beauty are the fruition of the soul and do not belong to the physical desires, for as the soul unfolds more and more of perfection and the glorious, sublime beauty within itself, its natural consequence is that it longs to be surrounded by all the beauty that harmonizes with its own expression and rate of vibration. All nature displays her charms of beauty more exquisitely, more perfectly and more beautifully in the higher kingdoms of life, or in these higher vibrations blending most marvelously with the higher ideals of the soul, expressing in beauty and symmetry their glorious light. There is a great significance in the fact that we find not only the jewels in every zone are those which vibrate with it, but also the flowers. Shrubbery, ferns, perennials, all differ in every zone. In fact, when the finite mind can comprehend the law of vibration, then he will know that all of these, like the birds that differ in every zone, are but the outburst or the fruition of the vibrations prevailing in each belt. Even here on the Earth realm we find every locality or country has its own production due to the vibrations and chemical conditions concentrated in that locality, so in the world of soul the vibrations graduate from pole to pole causing their own special manifestations and conditions which are centralized in every zone. Here too we find most attractive parks artistically arranged, with their central fountains or iridescent sprays gushing to great heights and falling in profusion like a rainfall of diamonds, all lending to its wonderful charm. The perennials and trees growing to great heights, the flowers of wonderful varieties wafting their perfume far and wide. The beautiful songsters and hummingbirds all enhance the grandeur and charm of the quietude in these parks where you can hear all nature whispering in its own sweet way which echoes in the innermost recesses of your soul. As most of the time in this holy zone is spent in research work along various lines which the soul craves or in ministering to others, not much time is spent in outings except for rest and meditation. Nearly every active moment brings some beneficial results to the dwellers of this most wonderful zone. No time is ever spent in idle talk or criticism, all their thoughts have reached the pure constructive flow of wisdom. Their power is ever directed towards uplifting those who have not yet reached these heights in the world of soul and to those who are still groping in the dark in their physical expression of life on this material plane of existence. Notwithstanding the many advantages of gathering knowledge and information through these many libraries, and the research work of the chemists and the astronomers with their many instruments of which we have no conception, their temples of learning play a great part in this zone. Here the masters instruct these dwellers in the operations and results of the still higher laws of the still higher beings and their mission and of the work that lies before them in the next zone. In their House of Congress many advanced souls gather to discuss problems confronting humanity on this earth realm, promulgating means and ways whereby to eliminate the disturbing elements and hindrances of progression ever from an unselfish view, complying with the law of evolution and choosing such individuals on this earth realm to carry out these decisions, and many other problems that come up for consideration are here placed on their tables where they are carefully analyzed and weighed as they realize the responsibility, the reaction of every action. And after their decisions have been carefully made, they are placed in the hands of higher courts for their final approval or rejection. The inscription on their house of justice is in large letters of gold, "Justice to the Lord." In this beautiful white structure are various departments where many problems of different types are fully weighed and held in balance. In one apartment you will find all the reformers of religion who in the past were instrumental in overthrowing that which was unjust and held man in ignorance and bondage. They carefully study these problems as they confront man and are lending their influence toward still greater changes that will manifest in the near future, realizing the change must be gradual as man is only capable of shifting slowly. These problems are sifted and weighed by these intelligences, then presented to a higher court to still greater masters for final decision. In another department you will find such intelligences as Washington, Jefferson, Adams, Lafayette, Lincoln and many other capable advanced souls carefully weighing the problems of politics. And if the world could have seen this gathering of advanced intelligences together with still higher souls hover near the chair of our president, you would not be so surprised at the wonderful broad vision and the consideration he has given to the world. With this vision you could see the threads of internationalism being woven into the warp and woof of America, cemented together to bring about the brotherhood of man, that the spirit of democracy will reign here on earth in the hearts of all men in the near future. It must be conceded that instruments in the hands of the divine intelligences do not always carry out the scheme as intended and promulgated by these souls of wisdom who have the broader vision and who have the power to carry forth their will, but realize that shifting in a gradual scale is always best for the finite mind, and thus the problems eventually mature as has been planed by their higher courts. The labor problem is another that is gradually being fathomed and will be adjusted as rapidly as man is ready for it. All selfish, self-centralized tendencies must be wiped out and capital and labor must become amalgamated. Every man must have the privilege of owning sufficient land for a home. The world belongs to God and God's children and not to any self-centralized corporations for speculative purposes. The different nations will execute laws in the future to make it prohibitive for a man to own more than his own home. The land will be tilled in the interests of all. Women are coming into their own, she being naturally intuitive, more resourceful. More sympathetic, more refined, is unfolding her tendencies and possibilities, and her influence will modify and gradually help to transform the more aggressive animal nature in man. She will lead him to higher pinnacles of refinement and spirituality, and the day will come here on earth when all will tend to bringing about conditions and laws conducive to the soul's progression while it is still functioning in this physical body. When this has been accomplished, the world of soul will have no need of the dark sphere nor the domestic. Then we will find nothing lower in the ethereal world than such conditions which are found in the third zone today, which is a beautiful sphere of light in comparison with the second zone. Impossible to overlook the magnificent cathedral which surpasses all those grand cathedral structures of the lower zones, its wonderful large organ, its capacity in volume, such would be impossible to describe. The influence that these exquisite strains have on the soul are marvelous indeed. Music has been one of the great features in every step we took along the way. When the proper keynote in touch, the soul quickens into a consciousness of the sacred melody of the universe. Harmony is the keynote. These sublime vibrations flow into the soul with wonderful power and stir the divine essence within into sympathy and unspeakable love for all humanity. As you sit in this cathedral listening to the artists performing on their various instruments, especially the harp, and hear the sweetest voices rendering the most difficult music with perfect ease, your soul is stirred with ecstasy. Sacred music such as is not known with us, and many familiar exquisite strains and melodies rendered on the earth realm are rendered more perfectly here in this cathedral. Music having been taught in every zone as the one essential feature for soul progression, as music of all kinds sends forth vibrations of its own qualities and leaves its influence upon the soul. These vibrations mingling with the vibrations of the soul tends to either modify or quicken the soul into higher vibrations. In every zone the soul vibrates with the substance of that zone. The lower zone corresponding in rate of vibration with the color red. The 7 zones arrange in substance and rate of vibrations with the colors of the solar beam in the prism. The soul not only vibrates with the colors of the solar beam in the prism in its various states of growth, but also with the notes in the scale of music in its different keys, on its journey of ascension. Commencing with the lowest color developed from the solar beam in the prism, red, corresponds in its rate of vibration with the lowest zone of our planet, the dark zone. The second zone, whose light is like our twilight, orange, vibrates with the orange in the prism. The third zone, which is the first zone of light and wherein we begin our march of spiritual progression or soul unfoldment, vibrates with the yellow in the prism. The fourth zone, which is the great electrical center, also a great musical center, vibrates with the green in the prism. The fifth zone, whose light is pale blue, which is the first holy heavenly zone and a fountain of wisdom, vibrates with the blue in the prism. The sixth zone, which is another field of preparation, whose light is a paler blue than that of the fifth, vibrates with the indigo. The seventh zone, which is the topmost round of our planet Earth, vibrates with the violet. Each of these 7 colors graduate in their different blending shades, and the next color begins where the last shade left off. This corresponds to the 7 gradations in every zone. Then comes the first celestial, whose light partakes of the most delicate blending of all colors in its most delicate tints, producing a shimmering of iridescent most delicate tints of a seashell, and this is the first celestial heaven, a divine kingdom. The second celestial is like unto the burning flame of the sun, so brilliant is this celestial heaven, another divine kingdom. The third celestial will be given in volume 2 beginning with the 6th zone. This zone is not only the great center where all things have reached a high degree of perfection, but all inventions, all patents in any line whatsoever have been tried out and perfected in this zone ere they are permitted to be given through the various channels on this earth realm. Not only is this zone the great center or culmination of all literature, art, music and all sciences where all the dwellers have access to every advantage, but is also the great outlet from whence branch forth into every direction its knowledge and wisdom from this great fountain, which is filled to overflowing with all that is good and all that is sacred and divine in any line whatsoever you may desire, and which the world needs, and this is imparted through the various channels by God's messengers who have perfected themselves along any given line of wisdom. All the advancements in electricity, wireless aeroplanes of our present day were first promulgated in the world of soul and perfected in this center. In the days of the Atlanteans they used aeroplanes which were more perfected than these of our present day on this earth. Long ere the Atlantic waves rolled over that continent the Atlanteans toured the earth in a very short period of time and their aeroplanes were used for pleasure. The wireless telephones will yet reach a high degree of perfection on this earth realm, and many other instruments which have already been perfected in this zone will be handed down. All of these are brought forth as necessities to cooperate with the advancement of the soul, or in other words its degree of unfoldment. As the soul expands into higher degrees of unfoldment, its efforts for existence will be less laborious, and the energy that has been expended and directed in that channel will be the power that will guide the soul towards the greater ideals which God established in His kingdom. Music in the lower zones is always of a higher quality than the soul of the dwellers of that zone. The composition of the dwellers express their soul quality or unfoldment as well as their intellectual attainment. The scientific value of the law of vibration and the color scheme as presented by the solar beam in the prism is taught in all of the zones beginning with the third. In every zone the atoms are gathered by the chemists to show the difference in vibration and its chemical combinations and hence in its color values. These the dwellers dissect and witness that they may understand nature's laws, in back of which is one law which we call God, which they gradually perceive as they advance in the scale of life. Man's religion here on this earth realm will yet be founded on scientific principles as manifested in nature throughout the limitless universe, instead of dogmas, creeds, beliefs and delusions. Whenever man expands into a conscious realization that the universality of law manifests itself in every soul regardless of its degree of unfoldment, or the race or color through which it manifests in this physical expression of life, then the spirit of democracy will reign and the brotherhood of man will be established, and the fatherhood and motherhood of God will be the foundation principles of religion throughout this world. Then all will be taught that the soul of man in every degree, in every plane, in every condition is sacred, holy, divine, for within it lie dormant all the possibilities and all the potentialities of all that has been and all that ever will be, and is an essential, important and necessary part of the whole. God and His handiwork would not be complete without each and every soul. May all come to a realization that the sacred temple not built with hands is the eternal temple of the soul. May the blessings of the divine infinite source of all life and all light so abundantly flow into your pathway that you will ever be conscious of His brooding presence and feel His spirit breath is my prayer. Thou glorious heavenly shore, where is found all ancient lore, where all may bask in wisdom's lyre, which the very soul inspires, with facts and truths that have expired in the minds of all earthly choir. Thou glorious heavenly shores, where all literature and psychic lore has been written and revealed, registered and ever promulgated throughout the ages of this emerald isle, since man began for wisdom to aspire. Thou glorious heavenly shores, where all ancient and biblical lore has ever been registered and reserved, that man may peruse its pages and look back throughout the ages, view the path through which he came. Thou glorious heavenly shore, where are registered forevermore all records of our daily doings, all mistakes and idle wooings, all the good through loving kindness, awakening man from all his blindness. Thou glorious heavenly shores, where masters register their lore, in art and music so sublime, in science and literature divine, chemistry, calculus and mathematics, history, philosophy and poetry to rhyme. Thou glorious heavenly shore, where masters dwell and evermore leave the imprint of their power along their line, that they may shower the souls that climb these heights with wisdom in which they may delight. Thou glorious heavenly shores, where all who dwell in love divine reach out to Him whose wisdom so sublime has built these many mansions for the soul, where all can share alike His plan and see His glorious blessings expand. Thou glorious heavenly shores, where all dwellers bask in Thy light, where all praises to the Lord are sung, through lyric harmony by angelic choir, that reverberate throughout this zone, quickening the soul into praises to the Lord. Conclusion. As the soul looks back from these sublime heights, viewing the steps through which we have ascended and meditating with great satisfaction and joy over the present degree of victory over self and the heavenly state and environments surrounding us, we feel that we have traveled a great ways and that we have gained a great objective point in our journey through this country which no traveler on this planet can avoid or escape. Then turning our faces upward where the soul gets a glimpse of the journey that still lies before us, ere we reach the topmost round of this planet, we begin to realize that we have scarcely begun our journey. We have just entered the sacred path and the most sublime part of our journey is yet before us. Then as we meditate over the knowledge and experiences already attained, and over the joys and the blessings that have already become our own, a part of ourselves, it is with unspeakable ecstasy that the soul looks forward to being a participant in the holy atmosphere and the divine wisdom, a dweller in the city of peace, the light of the eternal day. And then bathe in the whirlpool of life, the fountain of bliss that awaits us, ere our journey of one cycle is complete. We now realize that with every step of advance we have the privilege of meeting and mingling with still greater souls than those who descend to these zones through which we have just traveled. We have thus far found teachers, masters, adepts, seers, sages and wise men and have seen music and art in a degree of perfection. There are many souls who are still higher in the scale of life who do not descend below the 6th and 7th zones. These shining lights are a glorious sight to behold. Their radiation is so luminous and their power so great that it would be as an electric shock to come in contact with these beings and their power. Hence they must wait until they climb the heights wherein they can stand the contact with this indescribable power. They must wait until they are ready to digest the eternal facts or wisdom that flows from their illumined consciousness. They must wait until their own souls have become so purified and regenerated that they can be a part of this sacred sublime holy atmosphere. They realize that as they enter the 6th zone they will find another field where they can prepare themselves for this divine crystal city as they have been taught by the masters in the 5th zone. After reaching these heights all are anxious to be privileged to see and mingle with the great central figure of the soul world, that great shining light whom we know as Jesus of Nazareth, the Christ. Here all doubts that may ever have entered the consciousness of any soul regarding his identity, regarding the facts of his embodiment on this physical plane of life, will entirely vanish and their souls will fill with love to overflowing at the very sight of this heavenly divine being, our Christ who now dwells in that crystal city beyond our earth's ethereal zones. Not only shall we meet him face to face but also the lesser lights who were his apostles here on this earth realm and who now are seen in this isle beyond our earth's spheres. Not only these shall we meet but we shall see those who were the Messiahs in previous dispensations, for it must be remembered that Jesus of Nazareth, our Christ, was the 5th Messiah and the culmination of his harvest was the 5th dispensation. And too let us awaken to the fact that the 6th dispensation is being ushered in and its culmination will be just one half of the Messiahs who will come to this planet. More of these facts will be given in Volume 2. If you can comprehend the power of these divine beings who are known as angels, then you may perceive in a degree the light and power of a Messiah such as Jesus, the Nazarene. Such as his power was here on this earth realm and such as it is now after nearly 2,000 years. Then turn your minds to the intersolar lights, the divine lights, and demi-gods, and many other intelligences still higher in the scale of life and power which are not known on this earth realm and which no finite mind in its present degree of unfoldment could perceive. Such are the steps that lie before you, all of which every soul will sometime witness. Not only this but every soul will sometime attain these heights in the same degree of unfoldment. Such is life and such is God's plan and such is God's law. Every soul contains within its divine essence the potentialities and possibilities of an angel, a ruling angel, a Messiah, and so on up the ladder of life. But how can those who have ascended these heights reveal to you the wisdom that you are not ready for? How can you comprehend God so long as you do not understand God's plan of evolution, so long as you have not unfolded the finer perceptions of the soul, your spiritual senses so long as you have not become cleansed and have not overcome the selfish egotistical, superstitious and erroneous conglomerations that have filled your consciousness. How can you enter the path which begins in the third ethereal zone, to journey towards the triumphant march of the soul, until all errors and self has been overcome and outgrown, and facts which exist throughout nature have taken their place? Awake, arise out of your dreams of materiality and selfishness and behold God's glorious and sublime plan which leads you to the eternal day, the city of peace and light, and from thence to the fountain of bliss or oneness. Volume 2 will answer the question which has been asked throughout the ages: where do we go and from whence have we come, and the purpose of life? The conditions and facts as they exist in the sixth and seventh heavenly zones, which completes the topmost round of our planet, also the conditions and facts of the first, second and third celestial heavens, or fountain of bliss, which concludes our march of progression for the children of earth. You will be the travelers through this country and dwellers of every zone, functioning through higher degrees of consciousness in every step of advance. So it behooves every individual to become acquainted with God's plan and know of this ethereal world and its laws, that you may not be a stranger in a strange land, not knowing which way to turn or what to do on your awakening or transition from this physical body into the soul world. That you will not tarry by the wayside in darkness nor wait in the twilight for the dawn of day. That you may enter the path that leads uninterruptedly in gradual ascension, revealing God's laws and His plan in every step of advance until you come face to face with His messengers of light and power, ever going upward and onward towards perfection. Ever gaining but never attaining absolute perfection, progression for ever and ever growing nearer and nearer like unto God. Thou messengers of love divine, guide and guard the holy shrine, may thy knowledge and wisdom flow into every avenue here below, that peace and goodwill shall reign in the hearts of all men, and deign the spirit of love for all mankind forever and ever, throughout all time. The End.